You look nice, Rob.
Quick interruption because this fixes all content creator problems. If you're consistently adjusting your camera, losing framing when you move, or re-recording content because you drifted out of the shot, that is a waste of time and engagement. I started using the OBS Bot mini camera and it eliminated all of that. It uses AI auto tracking to follow you in real time, keeps you perfectly framed, and delivers clean, professional video without extra gear or full studio setup. Whether you're streaming, podcasting, or on client calls, this makes you look locked in and polished automatically. Stop fighting your camera and focus on your message. I dropped the affiliate link in the description. If you're serious about content, this is an easy upgrade. As you can see, I'm testing out the camera and everything, and it's working out pretty well. Hit the link, get yours.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that was check them out. What up? What up? What's good? Welcome to the Banter and Barter Show, where we talk about everything under the sun. As long as we get back to the money, real conversations, real solutions. What up, everybody? What's good? What's popping? How y'all people feeling today?
What's poppin', twin? How's it going? Hey, you doing?
What's the word? What's the word? How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, listen. We got this new setup. Y'all liking this new setup? Huh?
I like it. I didn't know if I
You
missed
feel me?
something last Tuesday, so this is nice.
You feel me? Coming a little bit more official each time. You feel me?
Okay.
Nah,
We still struggle streaming on here though, but that's all right.
Yeah. It's always inevitable. Somebody, at least one of us, gonna be struggle streaming. At least one.
Let me not talk though, because it was me last time. So
listen, man. Before we
struggle
get started,
streaming.
You good. Oh yeah, you
whole
hand
hand
streaming.
I've been doing everything with one hand.
That's the worst. Listen, before we get started, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit the bell notifications. We got some fire topics for y'all tonight. Today we're gonna be doing something a little different.
Ooh, okay.
For the most part, 90% of the show, we're gonna be holding a lot of men accountable.
Oh my God, this is my show. Okay.
We know you was gonna like this. We know you was gonna like.
Lord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna be holding a lot of men
already.
But then that other 10%, if we get there, we got enough time. We gotta revert back to it.
Fine.
But so of course we're gonna talk about the Epstein files. We gotta touch on that.
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to hear any of y'all talking about that orange man anymore. That y'all
don't worry about it. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Don't worry about it. We're gonna be talking about Epstein, and then just like I said, overall, we're talking about holding men accountable. But we're gonna start with this icebreaker right here. And this one individual man saying that he believes that men are not accountable enough. All right. So let's go ahead and dive in. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe.
Because men don't know how to look at themselves. It takes a real man to take accountability. And if somebody's bringing something to you that you can't even look in the mirror for yourself, then how could you be accountable to anybody else? The first thing you got to do is figure out what it is that is wrong, that is bothering you, what it is that you need to fix or get better at. Because if you don't figure that out for yourself, when you get with somebody and they bring that to the surface and bring it into your face, you're going to run, which is the opposite of being accountable.
So I want to ask y'all a question. Are men actually held accountable? Do men actually
are not accountable?
Who want to take this? And we ain't gonna spend that much time. We'll spend about 10-15 minutes on
it. I mean, I think in general, I say yes, but I do know there are men out there that operate they can't be held accountable, and everything that he said in the video, I can see where there's individual men, depending on whatever's going on, they can't face themselves in the mirror. That's the reason why they always moving here to there. Anytime a tough argument happens or a tough conversation happens within a relationship, he can't actually navigate through the conversation good. So he probably just try to blow up the situation and go and say, bro, that girl crazy, bro. She crazy. You're like, what she do? Man, don't worry about it. She crazy, bro. I just, can't never say what it actually is. She just crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. And do you think that comes from a place of, I don't want to say it, trauma? Or do you believe that that's just part of your everyday man?
I think it's a multitude of things. I think it depends on how you was raised. I'm a huge proponent of how you was raised. So if you was raised in a household, everybody yelling at each other and all that type of stuff, and they never actually had a situation where they navigated through conversation, or the mom or the dad actually utilize conflict resolution. Therefore, when you go out there in the real world, how you going to deal with somebody that actually did it?
Right.
Also, yeah, sometimes it is trauma. You know what I'm saying? They shut down, they over exaggerate things. A simple conversation, a simple question can hit some insecurities and make them kind of blow up and make a thing bigger than what it really is.
Okay. Rob, what you got on it?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, bet. So for me, I believe yes, men do get held accountable. It's just a lot of men's accountability is behind the scenes. It's not necessarily out in public. So it's a little bit harder to gauge because people in general don't get a reading on that. But I believe that they do. If we play both sides, it's like men get held accountable, just not out in public. A lot of women's accountability seems to happen in public, so it seems as if it's more on them. But realistically, I think it's kind of even as far as the accountability goes. But at the same time, too, if you want to play a bunch of caveats into it, it also depends on proximity to a positive circle, being around that person as well.
Marcus, what's your thoughts on it? You think men are held accountable a little bit, or if at all?
No day.
I don't think I think, is he frozen?
Marcus, can you hear me? No.
No.
Boy, Tacos is out of here.
Can you hear me, bro? Oh, he's struggling. Ask what you think.
I do think that some men hold themselves accountable. I think a lot of men don't, from personal experience as well as from others and what I've seen, who I know, things like that. I think a lot of men, when it comes to feelings, that is where they deter from accountability. If they have to take on, their actions of what they've done, and someone comes and brings it up to them, and then they immediately try to steer another way or blame it on you or things like that. Those are the places that I mostly think of when it talks about accountability. No, I don't think a lot of men know how to take accountability. I think they know how, they don't want to because they don't know how. A lot of people struggle with communication and how to express themselves. And so I think that's what really deters it. I think if more men knew how to express themselves, I think there would be more accountability taken. But
do you think that comes with, do you think that's majority of men? Do you think that's some men?
I don't think that's majority of men. I think there are a lot of healthy men out there. I think social media and things change that, but I definitely don't want to say that majority of men don't know how to take accountability. Not at all. I do think there's a large bunch that's in the front right now, has always been, but I think that there are definitely a lot of men that know how to take accountability and communicate. Yeah.
Also, Courtney, I think when it comes to men, it doesn't matter if we take self-accountability. The world will make us accountable regardless. And our actions about how we take accountability is going to show regardless. It probably won't happen right then, but as time go on, the things that they're not facing in the beginning, it's gonna affect them down the line. So if there's a situation where he going to girl, cheating, or whatever, this, that, and the third, after you didn't put in that work, you got a couple kids and everything. You got a lot of women don't want dudes with kids, especially if you got about 5 of them. You know what I'm saying? So he probably not paying child support right now. X, Y, Z, this, that, and the third. As he get older, 40 years old, this, that, and the third. What his a lot of his time chasing girls gonna catch up with him with where he at financially, mentally, and all that stuff at that point where he's 40 years old. That's the reason why you see a lot of dudes working at Burger King and greeting you at Walmart and, you know, saying, hey, welcome to CC's and shit. And they about 40 years old, pushing them out because they wasn't facing the things that they had, that what was going on. Why am I always in the street chasing girls all the time instead of working on myself and my purpose and getting my financials together? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's going to catch up. It may, you know, and also I think accountability look different when it comes to men. You all right, Marcus?
Nope.
No.
You straight, Marcus?
Damn, my boy got kung fu internet today.
Man, I don't know. I did some stupid ass update. This motherfucker.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sketch.
Happy birthday, Sketch.
Hey,
Bro, so can you hear me?
Well, he had a good 5 seconds.
Damn.
Upgrade the internet and everything.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You delayed a lot, but yeah, we can hear you.
He ain't got that Xfinity, he got that Infinity.
We might as well just hotspot it at this point.
Yeah, bro. No, I did an update in there. This shit ain't working right.
Oh yeah, you just delayed.
Damn. I don't think it's my internet. I think it's my computer.
Hey, you probably restart your computer. I think you got delayed. You might need to go out and restart your computer and come back. Yeah, he got a huge delay.
Yeah.
Let me try to restart again. I'll be right back.
Yeah, boy. That boy on the move. Courtney, that boy on the move. He getting them signals late.
But I swear, you hear me?
It's gonna be hard to get a top sponsorship. Pause.
That's what we really need to advertise is for some damn internet on here.
Oh God. I think that'd be bad. We wouldn't be a right representation.
Well, if they sponsor us, then we would be like, look where we were and look where we are now.
That's true too. Fuck. But in regards to this too, though, I do believe that men do get held accountable. I do think that there is a subgroup of men that actually don't get held accountable. You know, they are the ones who find any and every excuse as to why they do what they do. They blame, they point the finger at everybody else except themselves. They don't know how to look in the mirror and actually face the actual person that they truly are. You know, some of them don't have that self-reflection. They're not able to look in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? I'm out here doing some fucked up shit. And I need to get my life together. I need to start taking necessary actions to get myself and start putting myself on the right path. A lot of people don't do that, and they're just okay with who they are, and they just go chalk it up to the game.
Y'all, let me ask y'all this.
What up, Snow?
Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think the guys that don't hold themselves accountable, do you think those are probably more of the guys that has a hint of, you know, not having that upbringing plus the resources to be able to not be held accountable?
That's a good question.
Because a lot of the guys that don't, you know, are not accountable and all that stuff, and they still be good to be the guys that got the resources, rich people, this, that, and third. And after every time they have a kid, I say for like example, Future or Nick Cannon or Cam Newton, we see all the stuff online of what people say, but at the same time, more of the action and what's going on, they still getting played by this, you know, probably the same demographic of women. And if it was on the other side, we would call that enablers.
For some, you know, like how you were mentioning it, sometimes it takes time pretty much. I do give credit to those as well that take the time. Like Nick Cannon came out after all of that and, you know, expressed that he was moving through stuff, you know, after Mariah and things like that. So I have to give credit too when you can take accountability later. Sometimes it's annoying, you know, well, it's very annoying in the moment, but later on, like, people are allowed to grow. I don't know about Cam Newton every time. And then which one was the other one that you mentioned?
A guy that has resources.
No, you mentioned a person. You mentioned Cam Newton, Nick Cannon.
Future, Cam Newton.
Oh yeah, Future. Future continues to show his ass.
The baby.
So yeah.
NBA young boy.
Yeah. So I think it's definitely kind of what you're talking about. It takes action after. You can show your ass, but you need to have action behind it to fix it. Or else, yeah, I do think some are enablers for sure. Some
but hold on though. What do you mean? What you mean by the baby? What do you mean by the baby though?
He did show his ass.
So
with Danny Lay,
he was messing with chicks. Already had a baby and all that stuff, and then he showed his ass, and then another chick got with him, expecting a different result, and he showed his ass again on video and kicked the ass out.
Okay, I got you.
You know what I'm saying? But he still get played. Still online. He got a lot of, you know, he still, you know, is he accountable? Probably not. Do he feel like it? No, because if he's still getting chicks coming to him, he probably gonna feel like, shit, who gonna hold me accountable?
Yeah, but
now, he's not a solid down right now because of his career got shaky, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, his career did.
But there might be a situation where I say it may come later. You know what I'm saying? You probably don't realize it when the money ain't flowing how it used to. I gotta make some.
We'll try it, man.
You back?
Hey, I don't know. We'll try. We'll see if it works.
I don't know. It's always when you restart the computer, dog.
Dog, I did an update and it just fucked it up. I restarted like 3 times.
Shit.
I got a friend that he work in tech and all he do is fix computers and stuff and servers and stuff. He said about 60% of his day at work is restarting computers.
It really is.
They'll fix it all.
What's going on, man? I usually send my files and OneDrive not working. He restart the bitch. He do a little scientific stuff to, you know, show he think, you know, oh, he must be doing some real shit. You know, yep, I'm about to restart the computer. He restarted. It been start working.
Hey, I got a question.
Got you set up.
So maybe it's the toxic hood nigga in me, but what did the baby do wrong?
Well, it's not that he did anything wrong.
He did.
Well, subjectively, objectively, we'll say that he didn't do anything wrong. It's just what I guess society or women would say is wrong. Let's put it in that perspective. What he did would be deemed wrong. But what my point was, the enablers of, even if the thing is wrong, can he be held accountable if you got enablers that continue to go to him, even though the thing that he did was deemed wrong?
I mean, I think you could be held accountable, but most times when we speak on accountability, we want people to right their wrongs. And I know, not to put it on all women, but a lot of women, they rather, when it comes to men, it be like a public shaming almost. It almost has to be like some medieval British times where you take them to the middle of the courtyard and just air their laundry out. When you holding them accountable, that's what they want to see. And being that they don't see that, it seems as if, you know, on the men's side, it doesn't happen.
Was the disrespect in public?
I mean, it depends.
I would say at the same time,
it doesn't matter the disrespect because, my fault. I was just gonna say it doesn't matter the disrespect level because at the end of the day, the women just want to see almost like you damn near getting stoned for whatever you did, even if it was behind the scenes and whatnot. I mean, that's the whole thing with these Epstein files, if you really want to.
We're going to get there.
You're saying that we want... Okay. I can't start talking about
it. I've been out of commission, so I don't know shit about what came out with like the Epstein file. I've been getting that good sleep.
The only thing that really, don't worry, I ain't gonna say nothing about it. Marcus, what you got on? Do you think men can be held accountable, or do you think men are being held accountable?
Oh yeah, I think in all aspects, men are held accountable for even shit they don't do. So I mean, a man could be held accountable for someone cheating on him. I mean, You're gonna be held accountable either way it goes. As a man, like you might even yourself look at a situation and think how you could change something. It might not have nothing to do with you, but you might even think about, hey, you know what? Maybe I could have did this different. Even though at some point, I mean, like I said, you still hold yourself accountable. Depends on the situation, but I think for the most part, yeah, men take accountability because they don't want it to happen again. So it doesn't matter if it's your fault or if it's their fault. Like they're not gonna harp on if someone does something that wronged them. They're just gonna make sure that shit don't happen again. So they'll take accountability either way.
Do you think that there are men? Do you think that there are men that don't care to be held accountable, don't hold themselves accountable at all? And if so, do you think that's a majority or a minority of men?
It's definitely something out there, but I think it's a minority. I don't think it's a majority. I think it's and the ones that don't think they should be held accountable typically are younger until something happens to where they have no choice but to be held accountable, or they just that dude. But you know who they are, man. Those cats who are smooth, dressed clean as hell, and live their mama. You'll know who those cats are. Like they say they're fucking sore thumb. Yeah, but clean as hell though. Hey, you can't top this mother on his dress. So yeah, you can point him out.
What up, Minister Society, Courtney? Why don't be drinking your juice? He's like, hey, my mama take care of me.
Yeah.
Y'all some wild boys tonight.
My mama take care of me.
Well, go down the street, let him fuck your head up then. Nah, that's dope. That's dope. Any other thoughts on this topic?
My last thoughts would be the baby still ain't did no wrong.
I don't know talking about his baby.
You don't even know what he did.
I agree with Future and Nick Cannon.
God.
And who was the other one you mentioned? Was Future, Nick Cannon,
Cam Newton.
Yeah, I can agree with those ones, but
Okay.
I ain't personally. Maybe just the toxic hood culture that's still left in me. I ain't see the baby,
but
he ain't miss yet.
The reason why it's debatable is because she was the one recording.
I don't give a fuck who recording. If you got me fucked up, you got me fucked up. Get out. The only reason
he was saying get out, and she was recording, and it's her story versus his. So it's kind of like that's why I said in women's eyes he was wrong, but you know,
and that's fine. And then she had her little brother on a crash out mission, and he was finna get sent back up there because the baby the wrong one.
A level of respect when you talk to your child's mother. I don't give a fuck how bad you are.
Ain't no level of respect. If you got me fucked up, you got me fucked up.
I know we've discussed this before, how you feel about certain things.
Exactly.
I'm intrigued to see how you feel about the Epstein files. Let's get to it.
Hey. Well, that, folks, next topic.
Ooh. Listen, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit the bell notification. Listen, let's go ahead and talk about the big dogs over here. Before we do, let's read this comment real quick from Speak On It With The Fam. Look, as long as women continue to give time and ask for a bag, all the bullshit will continue. Hey, it's a good point. It's a good point. So listen, let's go ahead and talk about Epstein. Let's go ahead and talk about Epstein. I got two videos that I'm gonna play, right? This one, the first one is gonna be a little shorter, so we're gonna listen to it all the way through. Then if y'all got anything short and brief you want to say after, you can, and then we'll jump into this next video. We'll jump into the next video after that. All right. So let's go ahead and rock out.
So instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people
If we
with their
walked in,
money.
if we walked in, you're
is
a
that a fair
mathematician. You're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, what are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
The lowest?
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
If I think if you told them,
if I
told them the devil
100%.
himself, the devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good.
So, any thoughts on this? Who got thoughts on this right now before we go to the next video?
I'll do it since this is my first time. All right. One point, I noticed when he was on the video, he looked up. Looked like somebody was sitting there. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Dude was asking questions, and they were like, "All right, Epstein, bro, you doing kind of. It's time to go, goddamn."
Yeah.
2, I think we have to like really. I say take your feelings out the situation with Epstein, and really listen to what he said earlier. If even if this is real or not, I was like, man, I think this is AI, but I don't know. Let's say this is real.
No, this is real.
This real?
Yeah, this is a real.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a real interview.
Okay, so he said, basically, he was saying because he is a level whatever, what all the bad he was doing, you need to ask the mothers that help. I mean, the mothers that had their kids cured with polio and everything, and all that type of stuff. So if I remove and I'm not trying to take up from, but like to have a real serious conversation. If we sit back, how many people would actually look at these top people that's been helping us out with whatever endeavor we got? Would we say no to the help, depending on who that person is? If it's something that is in dire need, that you really, really need. Like, so let's say if it was a cure for cancer, a cancer treatment, and this, that, and third, and blah, 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 and the person that's administrating it is somebody like him, would you say no if it's a life-saving situation?
If it's especially considering the fact, so I get the question that you're asking. You're saying that
I'm trying to ask
somebody like an Epstein, if there's somebody like an Epstein or somebody that we deem as very evil or demonic, and they have the resources that could potentially save your child, would you go against your morals in order to help your child?
Yeah. Because what I was thinking was, we don't know the people that's helping us in whatever endeavors that, these programs. You might have these pastors that's out here raising money. He like, I just raised money for Zimbabwe or something like that. Pastor Jamal Bryan, he said he did all that. But then what not TDJ? What's the dude? What's the guy that he got the church from?
Oh, shit. Bishop Eddie Long?
What he was doing, you know what I'm saying? But would you actually still accept the help from the church if he was doing what he did, you knew about it, but it was like life-saving stuff that can change the trajectory of your life? And I think a lot of people these days actually do accept these things. They may know or may not know, but it is what's going on. Now him saying he tier 1, that and he said that, God dog.
Yeah, and the shit that they've been doing.
What?
Yeah.
Everybody knew, and everybody like that's a sick man, but he just got them saying like, nah, tier 1. What?
Anybody got anything?
Bernie Mac and RP Bernie Mac, nasty bitch.
Nothing.
I'm still trying to fix my screen, but
it's a great question.
Are you going to talk about
Marcus? Go ahead.
Yeah. And it's gone. Okay. Are you back?
No. Actually, go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to fix this shit.
Okay. I think that is a great question on, would you still take a life-saving, something for your child from a disgusting, vile human being? Kind of what off Max said, you don't really know who's coming from, but if you directly did, I don't have any kids, but I would still say, yeah, unfortunately. I mean, if it's going to save my child, I really, you're disgusting. I'd have to go against my morals to save my child if he's the only option I have. Yes. But if he's not, hell no. Like, and just because you did something great for somebody doesn't mean that you're still not going to hell for everything that you did. You ate children. We'll get into all the extra stuff.
Oh, look, that's in that too?
The files? Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah, they were eating feces and shit like that. Feces and all that shit.
Yes. Did you know how they were measuring kids with like baby girls? Bruh, they were sticking their finger in their private area and determining how they were going to, what like level they were. Children sticking their finger in them and deciding how tight they were. Don't fucking play with me. That's why I refuse moving forward for y'all to have anything to do with that orange man.
I don't speak too soon.
No, I did hear something about that though. But he been clear even by he even got cleared by CNN.
See, you can't listen to CNN either.
No, what I'm just saying, CNN they the number one hating Trump, blah blah blah, this, that, and the third. But evidence have come out that he disassociated himself with Epstein as soon as he heard about it and is documented.
Yeah, so does that mean that he was doing anything? Because he disassociated himself.
I'm saying anybody who associated themselves with anybody
we can't say that because you can't.
No, I'm saying in general that they didn't. I said that I didn't say he specifically did it. I'm saying in general of all the people in the file.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. If you found or you talking about Trump?
Oh, I'm saying all the people in the files. Trump is in the files. He's in the files. A whole bunch of different people. That's all I'm saying. Not saying he directly did it. I don't know. I haven't gotten that deep in them yet. But I don't care. You associated yourself with these people. I don't give a look.
Well, I'll put it like this. That's kind of unfair to say you're associated with people because, like we just said, you don't know who doing what.
No, but you're a part of you knew that they were raping girls. You did.
We can't say that. We can't say that.
That's what I'm saying.
We're saying that all these little girls and women came onto his island and you didn't think that they were doing anything?
No,
he wasn't at any of them at his own home.
Hold on. Ashley, I think this is and to be fair, it is a crazy conversation. We're not saying things about Epstein. We're talking about Trump. And we're talking about association, right? And we're saying, just like we were saying before, right? We don't know who doing what. Just because you were associated with them doesn't mean you was actually going on the island and participating in those things. Just like I said, it's documented and proven that when Trump found out that stuff was going on, he disassociated himself and kicked Epstein off Mar-a-Lago.
So you don't think that Trump has ever raped a girl?
Oh, so hold on. We talking about Epstein?
No, you just mentioned that Trump he separated himself from the Epstein and he couldn't go to Mar-a-Lago anymore. Is that what you said Trump did, or Epstein did to Trump? Which one?
No, that's what Trump did to Epstein.
Trump did to Epstein.
Right. Okay. And so then, now that these files have come out, have you? Well, you haven't even looked at any of them. Okay, so maybe we need to have a conversation.
Now, that's what I'm asking. Like,
because there's even women that have come forward that have testified about being raped by him.
We can't go by that either, because there's some women who came in the forefront by Jay-Z, and we found out it was a lie. Can't go by that. Can't go by that.
Have you read any of the files?
Hey, Ash.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna let them go though. They haven't said anything. Go ahead, Ross.
Nah, I was just gonna say the reason we really can't fully go off of that until we dive deeper is because as generations change, definitions of classifications of things change. It's just like everybody was up in arms saying, oh, Bill Cosby did this, that, and the third. And these were people that were willingly at parties, willingly taking drugs and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, I get that in our modern day, they didn't came out, no means no, and all of that. But at the same time, if you 48 strokes in and now you saying no, like, clearly you consented to the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get your nut, and then when he about to get his, now you like, oh no, I don't want this, and then you like, oh well, he took advantage of me. He grape sodaed me, like,
and that's how
you know what I mean. I'm not saying that that's how that happened, because this was a place with a lot of kids. Right. Whether you like it or not, they're not supposed to consent to the bullshit to begin with.
Under 18, right?
And at the same time, I have to go through the files because I need to see if he touched down on the island. Because just because you associated with somebody that's business savvy doesn't mean that you're associated with what they do outside of the business realm.
Yeah,
you might go
files and then we have a chat.
Huh?
I'm gonna need you to read some of the files and then we have a chat.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna read into it, but I'm just saying, you know, from a surface level of not diving into it yet. Just because you associated with somebody for business doesn't mean that you know what they do. It's like everybody that went to Diddy parties. You know, some of them said, hey, we left before the devil came, but they still in the pictures. So when something go down, you like, oh, we seen this picture in the file. You can't be like, oh, he was in there, you know, rubbing baby oil on somebody's back. He didn't even know baby oil existed. He was just there for 2 hours when it started. By the time they started passing out champagne, he was back in the bed tucked in. And it's a lot of names in here too. Like, I mean, unless they was going to tell me Pusha T was serving crack on the island, I'm still trying to figure out why his name's in there. So don't get me wrong.
Let me ask you a question.
Want to go through those files? Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question real quick. If you are like taking our emotions out of the conversation, right? If you truly are a great victim, are you suing for money? Or are you trying to put that motherfucker under the jail? Realistically speaking, are you trying to put him under the jail, or are you trying to get money from him if you get great by?
I can't really popular opinion, bro. Unpopular opinion in today's era, I think because they have seen a lot of those victims, they have seen how things play out with powerful people. Mm-hmm. Or people with money. Mm-hmm. I think they look at it, seek retribution with the money. Mm. What's going on now? I think more they don't care about putting them in jail. They actually will take the money, because if he's sitting in jail, she don't get nothing out the deal but saying he in jail. But I've heard out of women on this subject, great victims say exactly what I just said. They'll rather get the money, hurt the pockets, and get at them, and they benefit from it, from being great, than putting him in jail.
I think that.
I've heard that from great victims,
like actual great victims.
That from their account, that's what they said. They said they were.
I can't believe it. I can't, because that's a very traumatic experience, and I can't picture anybody who would say, "Hey, fam, I want to sue you to get money on it." You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put everything that you took away from me as a child just to get this bread up out of you. I'm trying to put this motherfucker under jail to make sure that this don't happen to any other person, because you still leaving somebody else in the open for this to happen again. I just can't. I can't look at it that way.
I was thinking the same thing, but here's another thing, another layer. A lot of women feel like, and this from me just being objective, just listening to them, a lot of women feel like if they do go tell, ain't nothing gonna happen. So there's another layer where if they feel as though, okay, I'm gonna go talk, is like I think from my understanding, my wife say actually getting a conviction of rape is very, very hard because so much nuances of what can actually happen within those situations, right? Consent, is it not consent? Was there drinking involved? Was it consensual? All that type of stuff. It's one of those hard things. So a lot of women feel like, well, if it's a hard situation and he may not go to jail, I might as well get some money out of it. Go to social media where public shame will happen, and then they get the money at the same time, since if they're not going to go to jail for what they did. And now this is not me agreeing or disagreeing. This is just things that I done heard what a lot of women say.
What you got on? I know Ashley about to say something. What you was gonna say, Ashley?
I'm just listening at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say a hard situation is type crazy. Nah, I'm just playing. Not realistically. A lot of people that go through stuff, they go through things when they have no, like, well, when we talk in this regard, because we're speaking on children. And I mean, you could even say young adults, because most people don't hit their stride till about 26, 27. So yeah, if you in college, you still willy-nilly. Yeah, you're supposed to be more mature than most, and your body might show that, but some people's minds ain't really there. Like, all you really want to do is party and do dumb shit. Ain't nobody really taking life serious at that point.
Right.
And you don't necessarily, for the most part, have many financial responsibilities. So to piggyback off what Max said, I can see where taking a payout might help, because now you got people coming out, 20 years after the fact, 30 years after the fact, they got real life bills to pay. Stuff might have fell behind, whatever. That little bit of bread, though it looks goofy to us that probably haven't gone through what they've gone through, it might look goofy to us that, they just out here on a cash grab type scheme. But it might really help with what they got going on. I mean, folks got kids, they might have kids in private school. They might be trying to pay security or something to protect their kids from going through what they went through. Like, you don't know like the level of the traumas that they're going through and what the financial ramifications of that is. So I could see where the money is. I mean, the toxic side of me from the hood is just go ahead and get them up off the planet. But then again, now you run into the situation where you got to sit in due time if it comes back and ties to you. So the middle ground probably would be, publicly shame and just go ahead, collect that bread and ride off into the sunset. As weird as it seems and sounds, I could kind of see where that's like the middle ground.
Let's see that. Marcus, you got anything? Oh, Marcus, you got anything?
Hey, I hope you can hear me. I haven't heard a little bit because my computer's been tripping. But as far as like what y'all saying, if these people who are waiting all these years and they come out and they're going for the money instead of putting these people in prison, I don't understand that shit. And I just put myself in a situation which I know we all want to be, and hopefully we do get there. I know what you're saying, Raw, about like how you can see other people do that shit, but just think if it was you, man. Just think about in 3 years when you got money and some bitch you fucked around with 10 years ago, y'all both fucking like conceded to do what you're gonna do, but if for some reason now she feel like you took advantage of her. You think that shit's right? Shit ain't right, man. So like I have to look at situations all the way around. So I don't really know very much about this dude, to be honest with you. I heard y'all talking about kids. I didn't know any kids were involved. I thought it was all adults that went to his island. He was rich as fuck, and these chicks voluntarily went. I didn't know there was anything about kids. But like I said, I've seen so many situations where people, you know, it's the person who's not doing so well comes out the person who has busted their ass and fucking now they're doing well and they want to come take it, you know. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I heard the whole thing. I just heard pieces because my computer's been jacking up.
This one kind of different, bro. This one, it's been like years and years and years trying to get this out, and it's finally out. It's not like out of nowhere this happened. And also, he's technically like he unalived himself in jail for the stuff. They've just been trying to release these files for years and years and years. It's just now been it's public now.
Yeah, but thanks to Trump,
they weren't trying.
Yeah.
That's why the files is out right now, not because the Democrats that y'all like to vote for was keeping that shit a secret. But hey, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to talk about that though.
Yeah,
you know
but even then, what they not understanding is the reason it took Trump so long to release it is, I mean, I know Ash don't like it, but yeah, to a varying degree, he was protecting his homies. Y'all gotta remember, Buddy was Democrat before Republican. He know what side is gonna hurt more. So he's like, y'all pushing for this shit, and y'all the ones that's finna get fucked off.
Facts.
But hey, when they kept pushing, he's like, all right, fuck it. I know I ain't really got nothing, that bad in there. So
he does.
Hey, like I said, I'm gonna read through it, but
yeah, you should.
I know from back in the day that they did have a falling out. So you know,
he ain't got arrested yet.
Yeah, I mean,
he's the president. He's already on like what 34 counts of felony.
That sounds good.
But all that shit sound good. That's just like when Shorty was on the radio with Cat Williams and she was trying to play him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, 19, whatever, no convictions." It don't matter how many numbers you throw at the dartboard. If nothing stick, it don't matter.
He was convicted.
They try to pin Diddy with a RICO case, and
but that was political war.
That shit fell through.
But that's because it's particularly about the RICO, and they made it about something else. I saw what was happening. It's just unfortunate that's how it happened.
Throw a lot of stuff at you, see what's going to stick. That's what happened,
right? But under a RICO, you're not going to get for what you did to other women.
So, see, Ash, I know that this is an emotional thing to speak about, but from the surface level, I get that they was throwing all this stuff at Trump. But my thing is, Trump been getting to some stupid bags for the hottest minute ever. And if he really did this stuff, they wouldn't have waited right until he's running for presidency to bring that out, if that's really what it was. That was a ploy to keep him locked up so he couldn't campaign. So hopefully with keeping him out of the spotlight for a couple weeks and days, it gives his opponents more time to go out and touch the people. And it just didn't work because everybody knew Buddy since Land Before Time. I'm not taking up for right, wrong, or indifferent for none of these people. I'm just calling it for face value.
Most people don't even know what he was convicted of, bro. They don't. They just know he got convicted of 34. Most people don't know what it is or the ins and outs of the situation.
Yeah. Has anyone read any of the files?
Not
yet. We're talking about the convictions, not the files.
I know. I'm just asking in general. Has anybody, Courtney, you've read some of the files? Mm-hmm. Do you agree with what's being said?
In regards to Epstein or Trump?
In regards to just what you've read, have you read anything about Trump or Epstein?
Yeah, so yeah, I've read a little. I've read on what Trump's talking about, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing that you can really say just because he's in the files. That don't necessarily mean that he's guilty of anything.
So you haven't read about the 13 or the 14-year-old that was talking about?
I read about the 14-year-old Carol. I read about her too, but again, she's trying to sue him for defamation, saying that she lied about him actually raping her. So it's basically like a countersuit. Because he was trying to do the same thing to her, basically defamation.
Okay.
And knowing she ain't gonna win, and then at the end of the day, she ain't gonna win that. I mean, if she do it, he's probably gonna throw some bread at her, whatever the case. But anybody, just because it's in the file, that don't necessarily mean it's true. People can always say something, they can document it. It don't necessarily mean it's true all the time, right? So let's just say this. So say if you were to see my, my famous name in the Epstein files, right? But I just so happen they never do nothing. My name is just in the file. So do I automatically get judged based off of the court of public opinion just because my name is in the file?
And people are saying what you've done.
Oh yeah, you smoked.
No, I'm not.
My thing is,
I'm not smoking because you still got it. Because at the end of the day, just because it's a documentation, you still got to prove it.
And so everybody in these files is not true.
There's more to it than just your name being on the file. Just
Hey,
like if you see
a large amount of money that's involved.
If you see me in a picture with a murder,
I don't believe shit without fucking evidence. If there's a large amount of money involved, I don't believe shit.
There's no money, bro. These files just got released, and it's pretty much.
Well, no, I'm saying the people that are saying something happened who are suing. People are saying shit that happened.
But let's keep it 100.
That's what people saying.
Files. So what about the text messages?
Let's keep it
sending to each other.
If it was really something, look at it like this. If it was really something that was going to really incriminate somebody or put somebody under the jail, you really think they didn't swipe that shit already?
Oh,
with all that money and power that they got up there already.
That's why it took so long to come out. They were gassing a whole bunch of stuff.
So the point is, we talking about these files is cool, but it ain't giving us nothing. Nobody going to jail off of this shit.
Right, but it's to know. Like now we already knew, but now even though it's like it's in print, it's still like no, that's not true.
You still haven't. There's still no proof. Just because it's on paper, that don't mean it's true. Anybody can write a statement and still be lying.
And the whole thing is a lie.
Anybody can write a statement and still and the truth don't. Just because it's on paper and we see the Epstein files, that don't necessarily mean that it's true.
Okay, and what about
just because a woman comes out the blue and says, "Oh yeah, I had a conversation with Trump X, Y, and Z. He shook my hand and this happened. Boom, I'm suing him because he raped me, or because he said something that was inappropriate, whatever the case may be." That don't necessarily make it true.
Let's not.
I know, but I'm not trying to take it all the way there. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. What about the text messages that they're sending to each other? Are those fake?
Ash, I think the issue at hand is, I think from your standpoint, it's either this or that. I think Courtney coming from a situation that wait till everything comes out because it's more nuanced than just something that's on a paper and it's just that, right? Because you can have people say whatever and everything of that nature. He's not saying just because that's a possibility, then throw the whole thing out. I don't think he's saying that.
And think about it, text messages can be manipulated too.
Yeah, but even outside of that, Ash, since you read the files and we up here right now.
I haven't read them all, but I read some of them.
Did you read the text messages at least?
I read some of them, yeah.
What was it like generally pertaining to, if you don't mind me asking?
I read more about the pizza text messages. I haven't dove into anything else.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, at the end of the day, you got to remember these were two business people, and they both, I don't know, it's a lot of weird shit in the world that just ain't never sat right with me since I was a kid. Beauty pageants is one of them. Both these niggas ran beauty pageants, which is wild to me. But they are business people that had similar business ventures at points or the other. So that's why I was just wondering like what the text messages really entailed.
Yeah, I've only gone through the pizza ones. I haven't dove any deeper with those ones.
But yeah, outside of that, I'll say with like all the
Pizzagate real.
Yeah.
And it seems like the conspiracy theorists years ago.
But I'll say with all the attacking of Trump during the campaign run to try and get the seat of presidency, a lot of that shit was just distraction. And realistically, I know the whole world waiting for the bomb to drop. They think it's a fucking Funk Flex radio hit, and they waiting for Funk to be like, go down to the corner store and steal $100 out the cash register and shit. But realistically, if the shit was as deep as they making it to be on Trump's end per se, they'd still be going at it. Like, they wouldn't have let up at all. It's like once they realized he won the presidency, they all kind of sat back. Then people probably been shuffling their money to offshore accounts and all that. And hey, who knows? Maybe Trump might have a hand in helping them get some extra time to move money offshore and all this other stuff, because he know when the bomb drop, some people gonna have to get low for a couple decades if they last that long. Because I mean, a lot of these people
go beyond that too.
It's beyond that. Michael Cohen, bro. Like, one of the things was Michael Cohen. He was the one that was falsifying documents. That's why he actually did time, and he was up under Trump. So that's what they got Trump with. Because let's say Trump is a businessman, he doing this, and you got transactions going here and this, that, and the third. Michael Cohen was doing stuff on his own behalf under what Trump was like directed. And that's the issue. So basically what they got Michael Cohen first, and he actually did time. And because Michael Cohen is associated with Trump, that's the 34 counts of felony of falsifying financial documents and everything. That's the issue. That's what's going on. But what tends to happen is if we have a general conversation about Trump and running for president politics and everything, they always throw 34 counts of it, but it's not as clear cut. Like Trump was in his office falsifying documents and he signed his name and everything.
All right, let me get to this other video.
But
Let me see, Buzzy, FBI Foundation of Black American Man.
Released more than 3 million additional pages of documents related to its investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Marks the largest batch of files shared to date. The documents put out on Friday shed new light on Epstein's relationships with several prominent figures from the U.S. and UK. They also contain a significant number of uncorroborated tips to law enforcement. The DOJ says it redacted images of all women except Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, in order to protect survivors' identities. They also withheld documents containing their personal or medical information, as well as depictions of child sexual abuse and material showing death or violence. DOJ officials indicated this is likely the final major release of Epstein files, despite federal prosecutors initially identifying 6 million pages that comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, adding officials had erred on the side of overcollection and later decided to release only half that amount. You know, that's just one of the questions that lawmakers are going to have, including Democrat Ro Khanna, demanding the full release of these files in accordance with the law. Watch.
They did do a release that was significant. I mean, this is the most documents that we have seen released so far in history, but it is not good enough. If we don't get the remaining files, if we do not get the remaining 302 forms, the remaining prosecution memo from 2019, and if the survivors are not happy, then Thomas Massie and I are prepared to move on impeachment or contempt.
So there's getting the files, and then there's the natural next question of what's in them. And specifically, who is it about? The New York Times reports it found more than 5,300 files with references to President Trump in the millions of Epstein documents released. The pages include unverified tips submitted to the FBI alleging misconduct by Trump and Epstein, which agents summarized last summer without corroborating evidence. Then there's also interview notes from Epstein survivors, which describe interactions involving Trump, including one account of Epstein bringing a survivor to Mar-a-Lago, though the notes here do not allege misconduct by Trump. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche also said in an interview yesterday the DOJ looked into sexual misconduct allegations against Trump in connection with Epstein, but didn't find credible information to merit further investigation. Trump, of course, was a friend of Epstein's until the early 2000s, he says, a relationship that he has since minimized. Trump has also denied any wrongdoing. It's a lot for us to start off with this Monday morning. Former state attorney for Palm Beach County, Dave Ehrenberg, thankfully is here with us to break it down. I want to start because we just discussed a little bit of what we did get from the DOJ, but what about what we didn't? You know, I've been listening to Congressman Ro Khanna and others say they want these FBI 302s, which are basically victim interviews. Can you talk about why they would want that and what else you were wondering, hey, why isn't this in here?
Allie, we want to see the victim statements of the FBI. And that's really important. Also, there was a 60-count indictment that was drafted up by prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida that was shelved. And instead, they cut what many consider to be a sweetheart deal with Epstein. So we want to see that. How about internal memos from the federal prosecutors within the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York? How about internal FBI memos and names of unindicted co-conspirators? These are all really relevant. This is what the survivors want. This is what even the MAGA base wants. But we haven't seen that. In fact, there were some releases by the Epstein estate, photos, and remember that body birthday card that Trump allegedly wrote? We haven't seen that either. So there are things out there, and the DOJ is leaning into what's called deliberative process and work product privileges to withhold these documents. But the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not permit those exceptions to be used as an excuse to withhold the documents. And so that's why there's going to be a standoff between Congress and the Trump administration. And I think the only way to force the hand is to go to court, because right now, even though a lot of documents were released, there's still a lot more out there.
Yeah, there's still more out there. And I think that you're right to point out one of the obvious inconsistencies. And it's also why I think the congressional investigation through the Oversight Committee, where they've gotten some of those documents from the Epstein estate, is a really important corollary to what we're watching play out through the law mechanism that compelled the DOJ to turn over these documents in the first place. Remember, they were under subpoena from over the summer by the Oversight Committee. And that's not what got the compulsion of the documents. It was the law that was passed in bipartisan fashion and signed by Trump. Before I get to the explanation that the DOJ might offer here as to why they are defying the spirit of the law and not releasing things like that body letter allegedly from Trump, I also want to drill down on the fact that in those victim statements, right, that is one of the things that lawmakers have said to me. We have a sense of what we will be missing here because the victims are able to say, no, I know in some cases who did these horrible things to me, right? I mean, that's one of the ways to solve for a negative and to understand what we don't have, right?
Correct. And the Trump administration, as I said, is saying that there are work product privileges, but they're also leaning in to the legitimate excuse, which is in the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which is that they don't have to turn over documents that are related to an ongoing criminal investigation. So they're saying, we don't want to give up these victim statements because we're investigating. But are they really? I mean, is the investigation active? Is it genuine? They said they were investigating Democrats, but Bill Clinton's name and pictures were produced throughout this whole process. So I'm not sure if that investigation is being used as a way to withhold documents that should not be withheld. But that's a problem within the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which is riddled with loopholes and has no enforcement mechanism. So Congress, especially when the Democrats take control in November, which I think is going to happen, may want to pass another law because the one they passed already is not seeming to be adequate.
And again, you mentioned that Democrats could take control of Congress and then push forward another law like that. I also think it's important to recognize the fact that this passed in overwhelming bipartisan fashion after much pressure from Massey and Khanna to put it through a discharge petition. A few Republicans.
So I got a question. For everybody. Say they release all files. They release all the files, every single file. What does that do? What does that do for everybody? That the files are not released. What does that do for everybody? Files released. Now what? All names are shown. Now what?
I absolutely think ain't shit gonna happen. I think people right now it's so politically divided. It's gonna be some people that get canceled or whatever, but I don't think it's gonna do nothing because it's not a political thing. It's a rich people. Like nobody that was on the Epstein file or Epstein Island or that was involved with doing all this crazy, horrible stuff. Ain't no regular people out there. It's a classism situation. So the people on the top of the top of the top, they are going to be the ones that get named, and whatever side of the aisle you on, that they gonna take up for them. And I don't see them actually doing it because it's gonna be people on both sides. It's people on both sides of the aisle or in the middle aisle that's a part of it. People you probably ain't never seen move forward, but they got a lot of power. And if with so much back end like corruption and favors and all that stuff that goes on currently, right? Stuff that we don't see. I highly doubt that all of it's gonna go out. I'm talking about it's gonna go. It's judges. It's buku people that's in there that they not finna let this see a light of day, bro. And even if all of it did, it still ain't nothing gonna happen because I think people too divided politically. Whatever fight you fighting right now. There's so many different factions going on for like whatever people fighting for. It's so much of that going on. I think it's just gonna blow past, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Because my whole thing is,
I know y'all.
Hold on, my whole thing is, how you gonna sit here and fully give all the names, everything that went out and everything with Diddy, have a whole let a documentary 50 Cent come out about Diddy and all that type of stuff, and it's nowhere near what Epstein did. But ain't nothing going on with Epstein. Ain't nobody. Why we can't see this shit right now and all that type of stuff? Why ain't nothing happening? Why the courts ain't doing what they doing and all that type of stuff? Why people ain't? You know what I'm saying? I don't think nothing gonna happen, bro.
What you gonna say, Mark?
Hey, do y'all think? Has there ever been any like high power like women that have ever been named to go to the island? Or are they just saying pretty much it's all men?
No, I'm pretty sure there's women too,
No,
but we haven't heard any women's names besides the ones that we've seen, like Melania Trump, but you don't hear much about her. And then you heard what's the other chick's name that's on Epstein's on? I haven't heard much.
Yeah, you got the lady that was helping Epstein. She actually went. I think she went to jail. She was helping Epstein girls and stuff. It was like his right hand girl. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So if it's her,
because I'm pretty sure that there has to be a lot of women that be involved in it too.
Oh, of course there is. Of course there is. But a lot of they're playing their role. They're being paid. They being paid to be quiet, be fucking quiet. Same thing with Bill Clinton and his wife. You telling me that she don't know nothing? Come on, man. She knows something. She just sitting back chilling.
Why you think she deleted the emails?
Huh? Right.
Why you think she deleted the emails?
Right. You feel me? So she knows something. Most of them do, but they ain't gonna say nothing.
But now, to answer your question, realistically, it don't matter who the fuck come out that was in the files. It ain't changing the price of tea in China. People on the ground level, ain't nobody trying to put their money together to do nothing. I'm sorry. Going down to the ballot to vote, yeah, that shit sound good. But if you're not gathering resources together to actually fight powers, then it's all just a bunch of fucking Sunday service. Everybody just doing praise and worship at this point, clapping and screaming for no reason. But if you still ain't putting no work in, then you're not really getting anything. Ain't none of y'all finna go pick something up and go lay something down behind this. So realistically, the most you can do is know who to look out for, who to make sure your family don't ever really run across, and try and protect people that way by being proactive, by, staying away from the known dangers. But as far as it changing anything, these folks is too far gone for it to change anything. Half these people can't even grow a damn potato. So if all these powers that be closed down every Walmart and everything right now, y'all gonna be begging them for some food, and y'all gonna get them forgiveness just so y'all can eat. So it's a wild predicament to be in, but let's take emotions out of it and just look at shit black and white. In the fruit fight, ain't shit getting bust open. Not a grapefruit, not a watermelon, not a cantaloupe. So it'll just be good to know the evils and the goods. And I mean, realistically, I kind of get Ashley's sentiment as to where if you ever even rub shoulders with these motherfuckers more than 48 hours long, you contaminated too. So like, I understand that. Like I said, I got to catch up on my reading, but it's not necessarily changing anything. They done already outlawed y'all growing fruits and vegetables and all that. They done poisoned everything from way back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They was driving through neighborhoods saying that they was putting pesticide. It was really just to poison all y'all plants so y'all can go to the store and buy shit instead of growing your own shit. It's too many moving parts. A lot of these motherfuckers, if they have to kill a cow themselves, they'll go vegan. Ain't nobody really finna be out there wrestling with no fucking big ass bull to dig horns in the ground and cut his neck just to get a steak. A lot of people ain't about that life. I mean, I had to kill goats and stuff growing up, but I know a lot of people that the first time that damn blood come out that motherfucker's neck, that'll be it. They eating fucking celery and peanut butter the rest of their life. So realistically, I mean, it sounds whack. I know it sounds defeated or whatever, but it's just knowledge at this point. It's just to know the who's, who to stay away from. If you ever see them in traffic, hey, if you gonna up some. If not, just let it be. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and do what's best for your family.
Ashley, what you got on this?
I can agree with Raw on just knowing and being aware. I definitely think that's what a lot of personally, of what I feel about it is just like knowing and the validation of that we weren't wrong and we were saying what we were saying, and there are victims and there are things that have happened and it needs to be out there. Some people are going to agree, some people aren't going to agree, and that's more. Now, do I think we're getting rid of our president? Why I think no is because of what's been happening as of late. If it was previous, yes. What's been happening currently, no. I don't think anything is going to happen. And that's the part. And it is very defeating just because the times that we're in. I appreciate everybody, that's going out and fighting the fight. Black people are sitting back right now because y'all brought that shit upon yourselves. But I just now know, like, okay, that's what I fucking thought. And so I'm good with that. It's unfortunate that nothing's going to be happening. But, like, to say, like, I still don't shop at Walmart and Target. I shop to all the other connected because everything's a fucking monopoly. But for me, I'm doing my part there. I don't shop at Starbucks, things like that. I'm doing my part. Obviously, I can't fucking starve. Like, it is what it is. I got to go somewhere. But, I do, if I find out more information, I stop listening to certain people, things like that. Like, just little things for me. And if more people just do that, that's how you can make shit move. So
I ask a question though. What is that? What does that do? Like, I'm not talking about you, Ashley, in particular, right? For the people that are out here protesting and everything, right? What does that actually do for those? What does that actually do for them? Like, what is it actually helping? Because those same people aren't really doing anything. Just because somebody decides not to go to a store, does that really affect the store? Or it's just like somebody saying, hey, Courtney, I'm gonna unsubscribe to your channel, so somebody else gonna subscribe later. I'm not tripping.
Right.
So what is that? So is that more of a personal thing for somebody to make themselves feel better, as if they're doing better than the other person?
No,
or
this is not
like
I can shit on other people. This is personally, not so I can shit on people and say like, oh, I don't do that because I'm better than you. No, this is a personal morals, principle for me. Of like, no. And so I think that if more people decide to do it, then things change. So it just depends on how many people are going to move that way, huh?
Things change in what way though? Do we think it changes for the better? Do we think it changes for the worse? Because even though we think we were doing the best thing, sometimes everybody on either side, they think that what they're doing is the right thing, right? But then the only way for us to actually measure that is the results of what's happening. So the results of what happened when we had certain Democrats in office versus the results we had versus when we had certain Republicans in the office. So what does that look like in regards to, progressing into something better, a better world, so to speak?
Yes. I think you can only make a change when a lot of people get together about the same change. And what that change will be, who knows? Because like you had said, like if Walmart and Target shut down today, we're going to be, was that raw? We're going to be begging for them to open up another store or, to give us some food. I do think so, but also people then learn how to survive without it. And that does shift a particular set to now be growing potatoes. So it's, America we're hundreds and hundreds of years in on bullshit. You know what I mean? We were built on bullshit. We've been doing bullshit. So it's always going to be bullshit. It just depends on what type of bullshit you want to deal with. Am I going to go stab a cow and murder it? No, I will probably become a pescatarian for sure. I'm not murdering a cow. Absolutely not. But
it ain't murder. That's what they're here for.
What's up, Kim?
I'm gonna be like that little girl in that video. Cheese on mine.
Cheese on mine.
Hey, where you been at? Where you been at? You been ghost. Where you been at? But go ahead. I'm sorry, Ash.
That's okay. I think it's just enough people have to make the change. And there will be a shift. What that looks like, I don't know yet. But there's going to be a shift. And that might be dismantling the monopoly. That might be now, farmers markets are more in. That might be, it's just depending on how you want to shift it. But more people have to make the choice to do so for us to even get to a point to where we can decide what we want that to look like. And we have a lot of people who don't want to do the shift, which, that's per their choice. So we'll never really know.
I think we do. I think we do see a shift though. I think you can judge it based off of some of the states. Look at California. Look at Chicago. Look at how in a rut they are. Because, I mean,
why do you think California's in a rut?
I mean, first of all, look at their governor. That's one. It's a blue state. And then sanctuary cities.
But we're one of the most progressive states, and we pay for half of y'all fucking states.
You're the most progressive, and look at y'all in the ones that's in the most danger too.
We're not the most danger. What are you talking about?
Okay, look what's going on.
As in who? Like, what are you referring to? Homicides? Are you referring to ICE? What are you referring to?
I'm talking everything encompassing. Everything encompassing. People are moving out of California. Nobody wants to move to California. Moving in. After a while, they're gonna be underwater anyway. But that's neither here nor there.
That's pointless, right? I would disagree that we're not. But I mean, we're getting a new governor, so. But we're not doing terrible, obviously, because we're the third in the world. Like, how terrible can we really be when it comes to financially?
Financially?
Yes. Yes, aren't we? We're in the top 5.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. So I mean, how when you're talking about like how much of a rut, I just find it interesting because like compared to whom? Because we make more money than the whole U.S. When you're talking, because I'm just asking what.
You make money don't mean that.
That's why they're moving businesses out of California too, though, right? That's right.
There's what?
And as well as New York too. They're moving businesses out of New York too. That's why business owners are leaving too, right? And they're going to Florida. I mean, but hey, that's neither here nor there, though.
That's the same thing. What comes out is going to come in, though, too. Like
nobody's moving. No businesses are moving to California. No businesses are going to New York or California. What businesses are going there? They're moving to the Midwest. They're going to Florida.
I know, but there's still tons of startups that are happening here. We've had our governor forever, not forever, but we've had him for a minute, and it's his last go around now.
Startups don't even last past 3 years. Startups don't even last past 3 to 5 years. So what does that mean?
But you're saying that we're such in a rut, but like how are we? And I guess I need to know what referring to a rut is, because if we're still the third in the world financially, we can't be too much in a rut there. People are leaving, but people also are coming in all the time. So there's that as well. If you're going to talk about like, homicides and things, like, okay, well, we can go a whole bunch of states that are red states that are also high in homicides. So it's like, what kind of rut are you really talking about? Just because you don't like our governor and you don't like what he's talking about, okay, that part's fine. But like, we could say that about a few states.
Yeah, but the problem with coming in, as far as nationals, I'm not going to go between red and blue. I'm going to just say the country on the whole. A lot of the people that are coming in, they're taking all the money that they get once they get here and they're shipping it out.
Well, yeah,
that's the underlying reason as to why every single person that has ran for presidency since you've been alive ran on immigration.
Yeah.
Now they attack it various ways. Some of them attack it similarly. The media chooses to cover what it wants to cover and makes some things more sensationalized than others. That's on them. I'm not in the media. Well, I guess I am now. We're on banter and barter, so we are part of the media conglomerate now. But
yeah,
up until this point, I wasn't in the media, so I didn't necessarily have a dog in that fight. And people this is why sometimes when it comes to larger conversations of things that can actually move things, like economy, societies, and all that, sometimes emotions need to get locked in the closet, and let's just logically go through some shit on some black and white shit. Like, fuck all the feelings, lock that the fuck away, and let's get down to the nitty gritty. Because a lot of times the emotions convolute things. My fault.
I said my bad to interrupt you too, but also consider who's the highest in debt too. Who is that? Who's number one? Number one state that's in the highest debt.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're creeping up there. We've got millions. Look at how many people we have. To say that, to be not included in, you know what I mean? Like, to say we're not going to creep up on the highest debt. Look how many people we have in California.
Businesses are losing. Businesses are leaving. That's why businesses are leaving, which then in a few years, you guys won't be the top. Because all of your money that's coming into the state will be leaving.
Well, the issue at hand actually is that
come on,
California's been blue forever, and it is what it is. So what you're talking about to me is irrelevant, because it's like you said in a couple of years it's not going to be the same, but I'm just like, it's been this way forever.
No,
and it could change.
Well, the thing about it is the reason why I say a variable of it's a rut. Courtney gave one. The businesses are leaving because high taxes and everything that nature. The issue with California is it costs too much to live there. But the issue with that's always been a thing. But the issue is that majority of people that can actually be there and actually thrive for real are people that's in like tech and all that type of stuff, which don't compensate for like for the average working class person.
You have to have 120,000.
And I think I think that's the disparity. The wealth, not the wealth, but like just having a livable wage. Yeah. That's the difference between somebody that's working in tech and everything, and they good, and then somebody that's a waiter or something like that. And that's the reason why, like one of my best friends, they family moving to Atlanta.
And where do they live in California?
Yeah, they moving because they are retiring.
You can get a mansion for nothing compared to what California is. Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's why when I travel, I'm like, nothing is more expensive than living in California. So I ball out. So I get it.
New York.
Yeah, we're expensive. Well,
yeah, in New York,
definitely. Yeah, you can live in a shoebox and it's way more than California. But it's near it. I think maybe because I've lived here my whole life, like it doesn't affect how it affects others. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, whatever, this is just what it is. You know what I mean? If I want to live here, I'm going to deal with it. If I don't, then I'll move. And that's just how people are going to be.
You can still loop it.
They roasting Marcus up. They roasting all of us, got that.
Because they look goofy ass go. Bro,
hey, fuck you, man.
Nah, I gotta hit him with it though.
What? Yeah, man, hell no.
Wow. We get roasted on our own panel, bro.
Hey,
funny,
bro,
I think he was the one earlier that said Beyonce sound different.
Oh,
yeah. Chat lives matter, bro. Chat lives matter. That's for sure.
Yeah, he said on all y'all.
He said, I'm on y'all head today. He said,
like that boy dude, he must have woke up from a nap and just was like, yeah, I'm finna roast everybody.
Crash cast. Hold on, man.
Shit.
Hold on, G.
Yeah, apparently that was you because he hit everybody else.
What did he say? A cast?
Who was Raz cast?
But are you saying that Arizona is better than California?
100%.
And why?
Yeah, that's just my personal opinion. I'm just talking shit.
I will say that all y'all people coming out here fucking it up, so apparently it is.
Yeah, send y'all California.
Y'all are still coming over to us too.
Ain't nobody coming to y'all ass, man.
Hell yeah, people are always coming to California, bro.
Yeah, they're coming for B&B, beaches and bitches. That's all.
People are moving here
for beaches and bitches.
Oh, well, that's fine. They're still moving here, though. So everybody who leaves more are coming in. It's also still California. No matter how much the bullshit is, the weather here, that's why you pay for it. And I expect that. I expect to pay what I pay for the weather. And that's fine. That's why I get mad when it's cold. I pay too much in taxes for it to be cold.
Yeah, the housing market was trashed in Atlanta due to the whole situation with California a couple of years ago when we were trying to find our house. People from California was beating everybody ass in Atlanta trying to find a new house because they were doing cash. Hurrying up and getting out of California. I'm talking about me and my wife. We experienced firsthand. Seeing a good house. We do the paperwork. We do all that stuff, and boom, we got a cash buy.
That's why I think that we need to create what I'll call relocation papers. If you jump states, especially on your own free will, like your job didn't force you to or whatever, you moved on your own free will, you shouldn't be allowed to vote on nothing local in your new area for 6 years.
Ooh.
Sit your ass down and get used to what the fuck's going on where you moved to and see how it works first before you bring that old bullshit with you.
I would say 3. 6 is
I was
a
about
little
to say
egregious.
3. 6 is 6. That's
6 is not a stretch because if you vote every 2 to 4, it gives you time to sit your black ass the fuck down or whatever.
I say 10 years.
It gives you time to sit down and actually.
You really need to experience it once to be like, what the fuck?
10 years.
No, because if you just left somewhere, you bringing that bullshit with you. Why are you fucking up where you going to? Clearly, it was clean enough for you to run to. So
no, I'm saying there should be a gap.
Yeah, so
I think
6
like
years.
1 full 4 or 2, depending on whatever.
I say 10
Nah,
years.
6. Because if
that's good.
2 terms is 8 years, then that means if somebody got 2 terms, right on the back end of that second term to the middle, you be like, all right, you know what? I done sat through the majority of this person's 2 seats, and it really is just all the way fucked off. Then you could vote. But nah, 3 too short.
No, fuck that. They need a test for everybody if they're able to vote.
If you would get a couple years in and you realize they're on some fuck shit, I think you should be able to say something. But I'm not opposed to a couple of years.
Nah, 6 years.
8 and 10 is crazy. 6 and 10 is crazy to me.
How is it crazy?
Because if you need to vote on a governor, I'm not waiting that fucking long.
Then go back to where the fuck you came from.
No, I moved there for a reason.
So don't fuck up the reason you came here. Y'all leave in California and go into Texas and telling them that they need to put their guns away. Fuck you. Take
you go back to where you freaking belong, man. You don't bring none of that stuff from over there down here now. You can take your belongings and hit that dusty trail back where you come from.
Hey, so what Kim say?
They need a common sense. Everyone needs a common sense test to vote. Fuck that. Fuck being a taxpayer. Fuck all other bullshit. You need a common sense fucking test. You can't pass it. You can't vote.
Man, fuck that common sense shit. Niggas cheat on
done.
taxes.
I've been paying my taxes.
You move from one area, you go to another area.
Hey.
Californians come down here and take our jobs.
You are on relocation probation. So for 6 years, sit your ass the fuck down.
I like that.
And get with the fucking program, and then we can talk.
I'm dying.
Just like when people came over here to immigrate to try and assimilate to our fucking country, they don't just get their citizenship in a year. Them gotta sit down and go through shit. If you go right now to go get citizenship elsewhere, you gotta sit your ass down and go through some shit.
Half the stuff that they make them do, though, most Americans don't even know how to do.
I don't give a fuck. You should know better than me. You coming to learn what we got.
Bro, let me ask you this. Kill, she did.
I don't give a fuck. It ain't my fault the educational system is teaching everybody to be slaves.
Because like the U.S. has like a very, very low reading level, and we expect them to know like every fucking president and all sorts of stuff. Like,
it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault that the majority of these parents think that school is responsible for their child.
Right, but then we expect.
So that's why the reading level is so low.
From people who are coming in, like.
I was in second grade reading out of high school
it should be expected from the people that we're like that you keep talking about how we need to get together with and all that shit. These motherfuckers can't read, and we're asking them to do shit when the rest of them leave that were smart that we brought in here. We're fucked. But that's another thing.
And the ones that are smart,
you got to work extra.
What you're missing though.
It's kind of like the black people. You got to work a little extra harder, right? So hey, it is what it is.
The ones that you call,
you see, got him.
I mean, that's what they're doing. I can't say anything. That's what you're doing to them. I disagree.
The ones that are quote unquote smart that you're talking about, they're exploiting you. They work next to you every day, call you stupid, take the money, and send it back.
That's true. That's true.
But why is that a problem that they're working for their money and then giving it to their family? They also pay taxes. They buy food here. They purchase things.
You mean under the table? They get paid under the table. What are you talking about?
Oh, those are who you're talking about? The ones under the table. You're not talking about.
They get paid under the table.
Under the table, over the table, between the table. I don't give a fin up.
He's talking about all
on the table, Lakers and
I disagree. If you work for your shit and you pay taxes here, which most fucking do, Send that shit to wherever the fuck you want.
Oh, are you
You're
talking about the ones who came over to the right way or the ones?
That's like traveling. That's like I make my money here and then I go spend it somewhere else, and that's a fucking problem. I go travel and I spend that shit, and that's a problem.
The reason is they took our jobs.
Because it's a tourist spot that you're going to.
I see why we would never get Black Wall Street back. I can see it right
You're
here.
going to it's not always a tourist spot, but what I'm saying is it's the same. Like I go spend my money out of the country.
No, it's not. You going there for a temporary time, for a good time. They coming over here to live and to live the rest of their lives and then raise their generation of kids over here as well. That's
why would you want a better life for somebody?
Just do it the right way.
What, and most of them are. You're just talking about the subset that isn't. That part's fine, but most of them are.
You should. That's the majority. You should.
Most are paying taxes. Yes.
I got a question for you, Ash.
Shorty. Let me see something.
If I come visit your house,
hold on, Rob. You saying most illegal immigrants are paying taxes? Most?
That's crazy.
I'm saying that immigrants here.
No, we talking about illegal immigrants.
Illegal immigrants. Some are, some aren't. I won't say most of them. Do I think some illegal immigrants that are, doing the fields and shit are paying taxes? Yes. I do think are paying taxes as well.
Because the issue at hand is every time we get on a conversation about like immigrants, we talk about illegal immigrants, and it's shifting to just immigrants, all immigrants.
Right, because you guys are talking about a subset illegal specifically, and then there are others, and it's not just all illegal, because even if you're working on your
we're talking about in general,
right? Are they considered still illegal to you if they're working on getting theirs?
They're still illegal.
Hold on, you said say it again.
They're still illegal,
right? And so those are the people also that we're talking about. If they're still illegal, they are paying their taxes. They have a job. They go to work every day. So you're talking about a specific subset, and then there are others as well.
Because I was speaking in general. I said, do you think most? I'm not saying some do, some don't. I'm saying, do you think most illegal immigrants are paying taxes?
I think most do.
Yeah, if we're grouping together everybody, fuck yeah.
I think most do. It's just, like I said, due to different regimes, the media chooses what they want to focus on. And right now, when they're focusing on illegal immigrants, they're trying to make everybody seem like they move and work. Like, not everybody moving fucking blues and coke and shit. Like, there's a lot
I actually don't. I don't have a big problem with illegal immigrants per se. I think I just have a problem with like the entitlement type of situation. You know what I'm saying? They're illegal. You usually back in the day, hey, be quiet, keep moving, do what you do, assimilate X, Y, Z, do until you get it. Now they throwing flags and all that type of stuff. Like they ready to go back where they came from, but they don't want to do.
Honestly, I believe if we zoom out and we look at a lot of those protests, I think a lot of those protests are just descendants of the illegals. I don't really think the illegals is like on a general scale. I don't really think it's the illegals really in the streets like that. Even right now, you got everybody getting their head bust open in Minnesota behind Somalians. Where the Somalians out in the streets fighting for themselves? You had that nurse dude that just got laid down on some goofball shit. So a lot of these people, they really come in the general sense, and they do try to stay out the way. And I mean, let's face it, even when you come to drugs and stuff, that's just a whole underworld to begin with. So them motherfuckers really be out the way until it's time to pop shit and go, buy a Hellcat and wear some Psycho Bunny or some shit and go throw some damn dollars in the club and whatever. But on a day-to-day basis, a lot of them really do try to stay out the way.
Yeah, they stay out the way. Yeah, I mean, and then necessarily, Kim, it's not them being quiet. I don't think nobody said just be quiet and stay. It's like be quiet, hide up under the rugs and stuff and stay out. We ain't talking about that. I'm talking about quiet, like not quiet, but doing protests and flying flags, like as if y'all not trying to be over here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, see, my thing is,
so it's less than 40, it's less than 50% of illegals that are paying taxes.
But if they're illegal, how do they even know about them?
They still have a head count.
It's still documented. You think they just going on the radar without them knowing? Come on, shorty. 46%. It's 46% that are illegal that aren't paying, making tax payments. Yeah, that are paying. 46%.
So only 46 out of 100% that are paying taxes.
Yes, 46%.
That's still a good clip.
So that's less than half.
Yeah, but that's still a good clip.
Yeah.
It's a good clip, but it ain't majority though. That's less than majority.
I still say it's majority because let's just say 80% of them are actually doing legal work. 20% damn sure ain't gonna pay no tax.
46% is 46%.
Where are you getting this from?
That's less than half. That ain't majority.
What are you getting this from?
That's still majority.
I'm getting it from the internet.
I know what.
Oh no.
What you not be fucking Wikipedia or some
not
shit.
about to do? What you?
I know y'all like y'all statistics and shit, but
you ain't finna pull that on me because I pulled up some other statistics. You ain't tell me where I got it from. But now it don't agree with what you were saying.
I didn't say that I don't agree. I'm just asking because there are you can pull it from one and you can pull it from another. But I think if we're at 46 and then that's whatever it says, I think that we're pushing half at least.
Had you been practicing on your art, you know you're way in the dark. Silence. Silence.
I think that we're at least half. If we're at 46, we're probably half for sure. But
that ain't half, man. You still got 4 more.
You got it from one place.
Even if you round
give it a source, which means you're probably at half.
Okay, 46.
If you round up, 6 is greater than 5, so that's 50.
46.8%. Okay, 47. You got it.
That's half.
Still ain't half.
And 7 is greater than 5, so that's 50.
I ain't got time for you.
Hey, that's a good amount. Hey, look, that's a good amount.
Man, I got time,
That's a lot. That's a good amount paying though. I ain't gonna lie. That's more than I thought.
It's right where I believed it was. It's right where I believed it was. And it still ain't half. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can try to move the needle. It's still 0.5%. No, it ain't.
Because you're getting it from one source, which means there are probably others that would give you half.
In my spirit.
Either way.
All I know is white is right.
Without citing sources and all that, right?
You want me to give you? You want me to give you another source that says it's 35%? So what's up?
Exactly, that's what I mean. So it's probably half. You ping ponging around. There's all sorts of different numbers.
That's a significant decrease.
It's probably.
Well, how's it gonna be half? Now, if it would have said 40, now I'm like, I bet you got me. That said 35%. So what we talking about?
Probably half.
All right, I ain't got time for you. You rock with Ashley. You think Obama did a good job with immigration? Obama.
I think it wasn't as aggressive as it is now. What did he do? Like
Bullshit.
$1 million?
Bullshit.
Hold on. No.
Oh, my fault. I spoke out of turn. Let me cut my mic off. Hold on.
No, hold on.
Because it's in our face right now.
Hold on.
Let me cut the camera off.
So if that's the case, that means you agree with a lot of stuff that Obama said about immigration.
No, I think so. How I see it, I think that Obama made a lot of things that I disagree with as well. I'm very aware of some of the things that he's done that I disagree with.
Because
I think every president we're going to be that way. Didn't he take out? Wasn't it like 1 million people that he got rid of?
More than that.
Or was it,
but
it's how we're going about it right now that I disagree with.
So the issue that I have with the whole immigration situation between when Obama was he was the one he's the record holder of doing it. And what's going on now is everything that Trump said is the same thing Obama said. And even when Obama was in office, when he was saying the immigration problem, he was saying that he's not the first one to initiate the same thing. And this is not a bipartisan situation. Even the people on the other side of the aisle was continuing immigration. And he even condemned Bush for not doing enough immigration. And the difference between the climate between now and back then is back then when Obama was there, it was full support for immigration because they even had news stations following ICE on raids, showing them how everything that was going. The climate in the media is different. That's the reason why this what's going on right now. Because Big Orange Man bad, you have the media pushing and driving individuals to go out and make a statement and try to be like, well, we finna go out and stop ICE and this, that, and third, and blah, blah, blah. That wasn't the case with Obama. They let them do what they do. And it was no issue. You didn't have caravans trying to stop ICE and federal officials for doing federal official business. That wasn't going on, right? And also you didn't have that's the different. The reason why a lot of people look at it as aggressive because wasn't nobody worried about it like that back then. Because now that the news and all that type of stuff hyping it up, Now you have people that's watching it and watching these Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff, and is emboldening people to react. Now they are the same ICE agents from back then, which was the same ICE director as Obama. He served under like 4 presidents that did the same thing. Now you got regular people on the streets stopping ICE agents. That is the reason why it's looking so aggressive now.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Okay.
That's facts. Well, you mute, fam.
I want to overtalk Ashley. Nah, it's just the coverage of everything. So that's realistically what it is. You got to remember, Obeezy, wasn't that when we had the little kids in cages and all that? I mean, all of them lost kids, but you had cages and all that. And I'm sure that they needed to cover that, but they didn't. But, you know, just like out here in Arizona, I guess ICE just bought some big ass warehouse closer to Courtney side of town.
Yep.
Hey, if they start putting cages in there, I don't know how many drones and SWAT vehicles they finna drive through the walls and the roof just to document what's going on in there. And they did not do that during Obama. So, like I said, it just depends on who's in charge of the regiment right at the moment and what they covered.
Also, there is only 40 people that was arrested that were not illegals under Trump. It was 200 and something under Obama.
We're still going though, so we'll get to that when he's out. He's only been in for less than a year.
So the goal is for him to hope that he mess up as much as Obama.
No, I'm just saying because you're stating that 200 people were from Obama and only 40 currently. Well, we hadn't had this president for at least a year yet. So like, we can't compare it that way. Neither are good. I'm just saying, let's not compare it yet. That man has been in less than a year. I'm guaranteeing.
Well, first of all, you can't compare it because that's based off the time when they was in presidency at the time, like currently right now, within like a year. Yeah. So that's what it was.
So you're saying within less than a year, Obama had over 200 or 200 in the same time frame? Is that what you're saying?
In the same time frame, because he was considered the deporter in chief. If you don't realize that, he really was getting them up out of here.
Yeah,
he can't look. He even campaigned on it and shitted on all his other opponents about immigration because they wasn't doing enough.
Right. And so, are you stating? So, because you're saying it this way, like, so you're saying that he was worse. You're saying that you agree. What are you leaning on?
I'm leaning on the hypocrisy about the situation, also within the climate that's different between then and now, and how much Obama did and nobody said anything, or nobody even going back to look at the research to see if it's on the same type of time that Trump got going on. And then, but at the same time, we condemning Trump about everything that's going on, and we calling this situation aggressive. If there was no caravans and people that's listening to radios to make sure they obstruct ICE agents, you wouldn't see none of the shit that's going on right now. Because that wasn't going on when Obama was there. It wasn't Republicans and far right extremists in the streets saying, hey, do not mess with these people. They was like, go ahead, do what you gotta do. And they hated Obama.
Yeah, and that's just my thing. So like, even when we get back to like the files when we started off, we really need to vet these people properly. And hey, I get if you don't care about money leaving the country or whatever, it is what it is. Everybody got families to feed. But my thing that I've always, even on my personal Facebook, I've always been trying to get the homies to do is let's bring community back. Community is more than just holding each other accountable with some fucking words.
Agreed.
Like, no, we should all be able to go in right now and buy 100 acres and start some shit. Like, if you waiting for Walmart and Target to close before you start growing the potatoes and growing the mint and all that, you too far behind in the game.
Yeah,
that's why you got to join the Patreon.
Just because you plant that shit today don't mean it's gonna be grown in 2 weeks. That shit takes months. The same way you bust a nut and wait damn near over a year for the baby to get here is the same way it takes for plants to germinate and everything else. So.
I really do sometimes. But, you know, I think that that's what happens. Sometimes things have to happen for people to make a shift. And so things are happening and people are making a shift. There are plenty of people that are buying land and that are coming together and things like that. So it's just, sometimes it takes time. You know, it's unfortunate how long it's taking. But while you're saying this, are you growing potatoes? Are you stacking with your family so that you can buy land? Do you know where you want to buy land? Do you have all the things in order? It's kind of like, you know,
I got the rest of my oranges. I got to go pick off the tree this week.
Okay, period. And I think the more, you know, you're raising kids to be that way, so you're also creating generations that are going to be different. So it's just about, you know, each person's going to shift, and the more they shift, the more we don't have to rely on the bullshit.
And I know how to kill a cow and goats and all that, so
yeah, you didn't
don't worry. I'll still make sure you get a burger.
No goat meat.
Thank you. Just every once in a while. I'll stick with my fish though, but thank you so much.
Some fish.
Hey, you know Costco buy one for $200.
Whole goat. All right, so let's get to the super chat real quick, bro. Make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm, and make sure you hit the bell notification, y'all. Shout out to Kim. Shout out to our girl Kim for the $2 super chat. She says, good topic. I appreciate you for supporting the channel. Listen, if y'all haven't supported the channel yet, be sure to do so. It helps us continue to grow, continue to keep providing good content for y'all. All right. Before we go next, let's read some of these comments real quick. What's her name? Whispering Echo 58. Remember when Obama personally okayed murdering every Afghan military age male with drones, which it turns out was age 12 and up. I do. For sure.
That's why I couldn't join the military.
I feel you. Sir, 4 years.
I'll tell you after we get through the comments. I'll tell you after.
Sir, 4 years active and 4 years National Guard. Served at the MEP Center in Brooklyn. That's dope. Beyonce, I have 2 apple trees in my backyard right now. So stupid. I know plenty of Americans who would work on a farm if they needed to. Yep, I agree. I got a sub after all my friendly trolling y'all good people. Hey, I appreciate you, big dog. I appreciate you for the follow. And if you haven't followed, make sure you follow and make sure you hit the like button as well and hit the notification.
Before we jump into the next topic, the light thing was, you know, right after like high school, middle school, high school, that's when they start trying like the early recruitment or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody used to come up to me, oh, you look like a strong young man, got a good back. Ooh, dude. I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all. What's your proposition? Oh, you should come join our branch of the military. I'm like, I can't. And it was due partially in part to my ignorance, but it's at the same time, that's why you got to watch what y'all put on TV screens and stuff. Y'all can't have me watch all these war movies where people is in the middle of the desert and you want some little kid to come polish your boots. I'm from the hood. I done seen what 7 and 8 year olds can do locally. The fuck I look like in foreign land, knowing I got to make it back home across this water and I want my boots polished. No, anything running up on me getting laid down righteously. So I was like, I'm not even enlisted and I'm getting dishonorably discharged. They're like, oh, well, you really need to change your mindset. Nah, I'm sorry. I was just born in the hood and that's not going to change.
Nah, bro, that shit wouldn't happen, bro. It sounds
right now. They would have taken all that out of you. That's why I wouldn't join. I grew up in it.
I promise you,
because it's still in the back. I locked it up. I ain't taking that shit out.
I promise you, bro. None of that shit would have happened, bro. Because there's believe me, there's a lot of hood dudes that went up and through that bitch, and they turned out totally different, bro.
Right?
It's
sure.
Cool. It's cool.
Sir, no, sir.
I went in different, you know what I'm saying? I came in, because my father and my brother, they already went in, so they gave me the heads up on what to expect when I got in there, right? So they was like, hey,
heads up. I did it.
But I know, but some of them went on the whim too. There's a lot of cats coming from your own background as well. They didn't have the heads up either. They went in because I listen, man. I didn't know what else to do with my life. It was either gonna be this or I was gonna end up in the hood, or in the streets. I ain't want that, so I came here. And bro, they were the ones that end up becoming the lifers. They're the ones who end up doing the 20-25 years. They're the ones that end up becoming the majors, the colonels, the first sergeants. Oh man, I'm telling you, that shit sound good on the outside, but once you get in, it's different, bro. That shit sounds good.
It's not.
I'm telling you,
it is, and that's why it's a good thing that you didn't join.
That's why I'm telling you.
They would wore your ass out.
We would be having this conversation as me being dishonorably discharged right now. Had I went,
the drill sergeant would have got in your ass
right during the first part.
Serious today, but that was crazy.
I'm not.
That was crazy.
I'm not feeding. I'm not feeding.
You hear what you're saying out loud, bro?
Just saying. They would have got in. They would have got in you, bro.
Hey,
it's true
wow. Hey,
that's good though that you didn't. You know,
that's true. Yo, that's crazy.
No, that is nasty work.
Hey, Cordy, dog, you just say it again, dog. What's wrong with you,
I'm a dead dad. We on to the next topic.
You need to chill with that, you heard?
Chill with that, you heard?
That is wild work.
Wow, crazy, Sean. Word them up, Sean.
Oh shit.
All right, so listen. So now that we done gone past this whole Epstein thing, right? I want to get back into some more male accountability. Well, we were still talking about male accountability, but I want to get into this male accountability here. And I'm not going to preface what my beliefs are and what I think about either side. I just want y'all to see it first, and then I want to see what y'all think about this. But there are two individuals, Mr. Fantastic and Opulent Six. They were going back and forth.
God, bro.
One who was pretending. I ain't gonna say one who's pretending, but one who is this, I would call him a thesaurus, right? And then you got this other individual,
intellectual,
extremely intellect. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the other one. He's intellectual, but he doesn't speak the same type of language in which Opulent Six speaks. So it's two clashes of what we call, I guess you could say, so-called masculinity. I'm not saying either one is not masculine. I'm just saying so-called masculinity because some people may call it masculine, some may not. I'm not saying it. I'm just putting it out there. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Ash, I'm gonna warn you, don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep.
But Rodney,
let me skip
what
it.
is he?
Go ahead. Here we go.
Is more important than hers, then you're already going to have a pernicious effect on that relationship, and you won't have a healthy, fruitful household. Matter of fact, you won't even be a patriarch. You'll be important to no one, because when them kids become older and go live their own life, they have their own family, their own kids. You're not important to them. You did it wrong. We need each other. So I'm not going to sit here and co-sign that a woman's role is insignificant. Both of our roles are significant. They're just different. And why don't, at this big age, that you don't respect differences? Now, I do agree with you. Single mothers.
Hold on, slow down. No, he has to have a point then. If their single mother households are struggling and a single father household is equivalent to a two-parent household, how would her role be equivalent to the man's role, respectfully? And given that the product that comes from that's what okay, I hear what he's saying now. So the product that comes out of single mother household versus actual single father household is two different products. If their roles are dually equal, why doesn't the mother produce the same thing that single father produces? That's what
because you're relegating failure to jailhouse and stripper pose. But a child wait, let me finish. Let me answer. You asked me a question, I will answer, and I'll be concise for the sake of brevity. You're relegating failure to jail and stripper pose. But failure is also being unable to communicate and go out into the world and be successful and raise your own family. Failure is also being emotionally inept and inerrant, where you can't connect with your own children, and you're going to raise your children to be a failure. A woman, I'm going to stand on that, has an equally important role, but right now you're trying to use the big chunk of which you can actually access because it's being monitored, but no one goes and does a data and research and consensus on, hey, how did not having a mother affect your relationship? How did not having a mother affect your financial skills? That is not really tracked the way prison and stripper pose is tracked. So again, if you understand, let me just say this. I'm going to prove something to you using your own logic. Do you believe, and I'll keep it simple, that East is more important than West?
No.
Or North is more important than South?
No.
All right. Or hot is more important than cold? No duality is more important than the other duality, man. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It is necessary. But when you have the mindset where you minimize anybody's role, imagine going to a job and you don't even got to be the supervisor. You just got hired, but the person reminds you, hey, you know my job is better, more important than yours, right? That way of thinking will have a pernicious effect with the person that just got hired. That is not the way to create success, to create a hostile environment through comparison. It's not.
Okay.
Now, I do agree that these women are, because they don't have that. But again, I'm also saying that when the household is absent of women, little boys, my mother wasn't there for me. And I was all fucked up and did not even realize it until I was 27 years old. I didn't realize that I was bellicose, boorish, bombastic, and belligerent because I didn't have a mother. Or matter of fact, I'll keep it easy. I was what these kids call a fuck boy, and I was really good at it. But it hit me one day just out of the blue while I was at a gas station. You know what? I do these women wrong because I automatically assume they're gonna do me wrong because the woman that should have did me right first didn't. So that had a pernicious effect on me. And that had a pernicious effect on my lineage for my first two children because they were born out of wedlock because I didn't have the right mindset because I didn't have that nurturing. So I am a testament and a tangible testament that it does have a pernicious effect. I'm not discrediting what you're saying. What I'm saying, don't give that, I'm gonna let you talk right now. Don't give that kind of credence to it because if, big ol' if,
that nigga long,
you want to pair bond successfully with a woman and be a patriarch, sit on a throne in a house where everybody loves, adores you, and capitulates and cooperates. That kind of leadership language is pernicious.
Okay. Then I got about 3 people I know that are happily, successfully married that the women know that the man is more important in the house than they are. And how are they successfully married? And how is the house going along with him? And he makes all the decisions, but she's living like a queen. She gets everything she wants because she's feminine, she's submissive, and he makes all the rules and everything goes through him. And they're happy.
I have a little brother that believes it's okay to murder people. Wait, let me say this. I have a little brother that's think it's okay to murder people because he's got away with 2 murders. Just because you can name somebody that is doing something that is counter.
The woman is, of course, I can't even believe we having this conversation or this discussion. The man is more important because the man is responsible. The man is the person who's supposed to kill, die, live, all these different things. So the person that is responsible and gets all of the blame if something is unsuccessful somehow now is not more important than the person that gets to blame the man.
Equal.
Well, I'm sorry. Equal. Well, either.
And fantastic. While you cooking too, I want to make sure clarify that it's not saying the woman isn't valued. We're talking about who has the value in the household.
Of course. The woman is of course is valuable. She serves a purpose because without the woman there would be no children. We're not saying that, but clearly we're saying. And then the job analogy was horrible. To say that when every job we know has a hierarchy and a structure, where you have managers, you have supervisors, you have owners, you have workers. So for anybody that would think that you mopping the floors as important as the CEO of the business, that would be delusional and irrational.
No, it wouldn't. Right? And that let me know that you don't run a business. I have several businesses. That let me know you don't run a business. I have several businesses.
Brother, I didn't cut you off at all. I listened to everything you said. I didn't even take no notes. I did not interrupt you at all, brother.
You're right.
So
you're right.
As I'm saying, right, again, and then making it anecdotal, which I understand people do that. Your experience, the same way you use for your brothers, not everybody's experience, and the numbers are the numbers. So it's just the stripper poles, the jail cells, and everything else, and doing dastardly things in the back alley. That is the measuring stick, because I don't think that's where any of us want to end up, right? So when you also look at it, there are measurements for, just like there are 2-parent households and college students, more college students, fathers the same way, right? So again, it's not equal to where a 2-parent household is equivalent. It's a little different, but there's a greater shift between a 2-parent household and a single father household than a 2-parent household and a single mother household. I can't believe we're arguing this when all the data's out here for it, right? So when the data's out here for it to support the worst of the worst situations being when there is no father around, which is that's the argument he was making. If the father being the only person in the equation is a net positive, okay, more likely than not, and the mother being a net negative in the situation more likely than not. And we can see this with the attitude of the young men, right? The sassiness and all these things we keep talking about, the lack of manly understanding. Again, a man can bring a woman around is more likely to, hey, I got a sister, I have a this, I have a that. And they understand the importance of, I need my daughter to be around a woman to fulfill the feminine role I can't do. A woman, on the other hand, won't do that. And when she has a great father, if she feels a type of way, she will prevent the biological father from being involved with that child. That's something that most men, 99% of men won't do. Okay? He can hate, he cannot stand her, but that man will not, in the majority of times, prevent that woman out of his immaturity and childishness from being with that parent.
All right, so there's more to this, but as of right now, what are your thoughts on this before I play more of it?
Well, I would say, my brothers, that when you participate in the molecular stance, and then when you get to the point of personification, excuse me, brother, I mean constipation, that's when you Nah, I mean, I see where both of them coming from, and it's just one of those things that it just depends on like how you was raised. Because I know with my dad, how he told me, I guess it might be a generational thing, because my dad was raised by his grandma, right? And I guess his grandma was raised a certain way, that because she was it was a man in the house, but he was always at work. But the way my grandma treated my dad was as if, hey, this is how a man's supposed to be, right? It wasn't, I'm going to change the structure of how I think it should be. She saw what happened and how her brothers and the people, her uncles and everything, how they was raised. She tried to do the same thing the best of her ability. She didn't try to disrupt what a man is supposed to be. I've also, and I haven't seen that work out. I think the situation within this conversation is that I think sometimes when we have conversations like this, we miss the mark, where a lot of times with men that are successful, that is raised in a single parent home, which would be the mom, a lot of times they get a lot of their experience, knowledge, and their wherewithal of being a man is taught by being out there in the world, and the world taught them how to be a man. And I think it kind of correlates to what we were talking about before, as far as men being accountable, because at the end of the day, it's gonna catch up with you. It doesn't matter how you was raised. If you didn't have your dad in your life and you had your mama, or vice versa, at the end of the world, you're gonna be responsible for your actions. And I think a lot of times, I didn't see even some of I didn't got friends that was raised by a single mom, and we saw them how they were when we was growing up. They were real babyfied and everything, and they're completely different now. And it was based off when they went to the army, or they mom put them in football, and they just kind of kept on going with it. And then that's where they learned how to be a man, and just kept on going. They got mentors later on and all that stuff. And I think that's the nuance that's missing out this conversation. If we want to talk about like if a mom is there, and if a man is there, if it's one parent as the dad, if it's a one parent on the mom, I think that's what Six, he always say, the minutia of things.
Yeah.
Also, another thing is, actually, the reason why I said don't go to sleep, because Six is a fraud, right? I don't think he's not successful, but I have seen him on shows where he actually articulates himself way different when he's speaking to women, for them to understand what he's talking about, versus when he's on this panel and he just used a lot of filler words. I wouldn't even say big words. I say filler words in order to illustrate what he's trying to say. He tried to sound pseudo-intellectual, use a lot of, say, minutia, moot, all these different type of things, and he put people in a trap that he say a whole bunch of filler words, and if you have a disagreement with what he's saying, then he attacks how well you are able to communicate or your competency. to follow what he say. It's not the context of what I don't agree with. It's more with you can't follow what I'm saying. You're not competent enough to have this conversation.
But he sounds stupid when he's doing it, though. I don't know. Some people might look at it and be like, "Yeah, he's intelligent." But he sounds like a fucking idiot, almost like what you put up on that on your stream. But yeah, I do believe that the argument is true. If there's a man in the house and a woman in the house, that child is going to be the same as if it's just a single man versus a woman. But this is the thing, though. I grew up around, like, in my family, a lot of truck drivers, right? So, like, a lot of times those cats are at home once a month, or maybe even long, or they're gone like even longer than that. But I can tell you, for the most part, if that dude is the man in his house and his wife respects him and loves him, that child's going to end up being a very masculine man. And his dad is not there a lot. I mean, I see it happen all the time. It's because she's rolling, just like what Macaroni said. She knows what it takes to become a man. She's going to put that in place. She's not going to discipline you that way, but she's going to let you know exactly what's going on when your father gets home. Because they can communicate. They're working together to raise you the best they can. They're not working separate. So when that shit happens, even though he's not at home a lot, as long as she's on the same page as him, that child will still grow up to be a respectful person. Maybe even going to be a business owner, whatever the case may be. I mean, I've seen it happen so many times.
I can attest to it because Courtney, we grew up together, and he knows that my dad was gone 20 days, and he was home 10 days, and it fluctuated back and forth, right? So it really wasn't no time off or anything like that. But like I said, like what Marcus said, my mom knew how my dad was and knew what the expectation when it comes to the boys and when it comes to the girls. And she made sure she tried to make it as much as possible the same, even though he's gone, even though we know, right? But when it got to a point where she was like, I don't know, she got on that phone and my dad was on that phone. Hey, boy, straighten up. Listen to your mom. X, Y, Z, this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah.
And I've been there, been there a couple of times when it happened too, so I can attest to it.
Yeah, it was never that, hey, no, don't tell your daddy type shit. It was like, yeah, you fuck up, I'm telling your dad. Like, it wasn't no against you, her against him type of shit. They were like together.
Yeah, they together. So I think I said this in a previous thing, a previous show, that I have friends that have kids and they are co-parenting, and they said they can see certain nuances because he's not there 100%. He see where the mom kind of slack off on, kind of like not slack off, but knowing that what a man needs, they kind of like don't worry about that certain situation. They can see how the son fall under pressure real fast because the mom just cuddle him and just do whatever he needs and give him whatever he needs. Whereas the dad would teach them how to put them in a controlled environment that you can do without and you will be okay. If that makes sense.
I think a lot of things, like when you come, like we talk about a father, like they'll do things to put you on the right path that may affect them too, in a way of like, just say if your kid, and I wish we talked about this. I knew we were going to talk about some other, another clip, but maybe we'll talk about it next week. Just say if your kid gaining weight, you know, like your kid's getting big. You don't want to call them fat or whatever. But I think for the main part, I think most men would make the sacrifice for themselves for that kid. Like as far as like not buying junk food in the house, so they're not gonna eat junk food. They're not gonna drink soda. They'll say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna drink water." He or she will drink water. It's not gonna, like, I'm gonna do this to where none of that shit's in the house. It's gonna affect me too, but I'm looking out for the kid. You know, it's not like in a lot of situations. Your mother would tell you, hey, you know not to do that, but hey, shit, I'm gonna still do what I need to do, you know? And I'm not saying it's all mothers. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying a lot of times it's kind of a situation like, you know better. You need to learn how to do it, but I'm not gonna sacrifice what I need to do to make that go that way for you.
I got a question. Do y'all think it's like a regional thing? Because I know, like, from where I'm from, hey, man, the women, they don't play either.
No.
I mean,
in the South?
like, yeah, from where I'm from, Alabama in the South and all that type of stuff, they don't play. They kind of like, it's still kind of like old school country shit. So like, ain't no eating no sweets before we eat dinner. Get up, stop crying. If you a boy, not much as the girl. I seen how my sister was raised, but she was the oldest, so I didn't see how she was raised when she was a little girl or whatever. But yeah, it's really kind of like different from when I go to my people that I know houses that are raised in different areas, like the North. Like even my cousins up north, when they used to come down and visit us, and Courtney know it too. My cousin from New York, the stuff and how we were doing was totally different. Totally different. Like they'll sit down all day, not do nothing, want to eat. Me and my brother, everybody, we up cleaning, making sure the house straight, this, that, and the third. We saying yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They talking to their parents, and they their parents, they calling them by name and stuff.
They treat them like they're adults.
It's a regional thing. It's a
like y'all finna get in trouble. Y'all finna get a whooping.
They treat like they're
a whooping.
They treat them like adults. I'll tell you with some of my friends now, and it irks the shit out of me. And I'll tell them, but hey, it's their kids. I can't do it. What it is. Y'all know I got a fucking potty mouth, bro. I curse where I can't stop cursing, right? So when I go over sometimes, they're like, hey man, hey yo, stop. Hey, can you cut down on the cursing? Like I don't like in front of the kids. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, obviously I'm gonna respect them in their house. But my if I had to say one curse word and told my dad, well, you say it, that wouldn't even been like a conversation. It's like motherfucker, it's pretty much like you know how to say it, you know how not to say it. I don't give a fuck what I do. Like you do not do that. And that's all it was. It was not this we equal type shit. I'm not gonna do it, so you can't do it. And I think a lot of times that's how they treat these kids, like they fucking equal. It's like, no, this shit ain't fair, man. Hey, this ain't, we ain't equals. I do what the hell I want to do, but you know what not to do. And I think a lot of people don't have that sort of like, that's like more people in the South are kind of like that. You're grown enough to know what's right and what's wrong. That's it.
Yeah. 30 years old and get popped in the mouth.
Before I play Ask Raw, y'all got anything to add?
No, I'm gonna let them cook a little more.
All right, Ash, you got anything? Let it play a little more? Okay.
Yeah.
Because now, before we get into it, it's gonna start to slightly switch gears a little bit. So just be prepared.
They about to get sassy?
Hey, yo, y'all gotta chill out.
I ain't saying. I just laugh. I ain't say nothing.
Hold on, it's gonna be more of this.
Oh snap!
Can I respond respectfully?
Yes, sir. And then you'll go right after 6.
Okay. Well, first, I'm going to introduce common sense to this conversation. Your rebuttal was cavil and moot, and was nugatory as far as adding any added value. Anytime you have to conflate a bunch of things that don't involve the actual topic, you're ungrounding it so that you can sway it in a way where your opinion actually is valid. So when you sway it in that way, it's valid. But I want to say this. I'm going to start off by saying this. I believe, and I'm going to ask you, but I'm going to tell you what I believe so you can understand the root of my words, because words matter. I believe that a man should run his household, and I believe that a woman should be cooperative and capitulate, and that every man should be a king of his throne, his wife, his children, his legacy, his word, his way. Wife, children, legacy, his word, his way. Do you also believe that? Because if you don't, then maybe that's why we're in a disconnect. So I'm asking you before I continue, do you also believe that?
Of course, sure.
All right. Are you married?
No.
Okay. So therefore, I am happily, healthy, fruitful. I'm grounded because it's not a stab at you. But if you believe in that, yet you're not living that lifestyle, either you're being disingenuous or you're suffering from a mild case of cognitive dissonance. Because there is no evidence your mindset will produce that type of household because you don't have one. But I do. So what are we arguing? My reality against your hypothetical? That's insane, and I won't participate in that. So I'll yield the floor.
All right, great. So, hey, I gotta respond to this.
Yeah, I know
so again, brother. As this goes last time, your little man syndrome is kicking in because you have to come with the, the hyperbole and the attacks, brother. And see, you're a horrible listener because I didn't bring anything extra into it. I use your horrible analogies against you, every last one of them, starting off with the ridiculous.
And I use your reality against you,
brother. No, and I can tell you didn't have a father in your life either because you have no discipline.
Oh my God.
So as I said, right, I use your poor analogies against you. So you lied, and I address any and everything you said, even your horrible brother analogy about belief systems and whatever, right? So, brother, the fact of the matter that I am whooping your ass so bad in this debate and this discussion that you got to immediately go to the ad hominems and challenging my intelligence for the second time of our meeting and getting destroyed, brother. It don't matter if you're married. Okay, because you just told us you were a baby daddy first, so you weren't always doing it right, brother. You ended up getting to it, and
so you admit that I'm doing it right. Hold on, let him. So you admit I'm doing it right. Okay, you just admitted I'm doing it right.
Show some decorum.
Get the response.
Show some decorum, brother, Mr. Thesaurus.
Decorum is the wrong word. Decorum is the wrong word.
Decorum is not the wrong word. So listen, brother. Okay, for like again, dog. Your marriage is not guaranteed. Your marriage can end any day. And if you don't understand that, you are delusional. You are more of a prisoner, brother, okay, than I am. I have freedom. I do what I want. I still provide for my children, even though I'm not married. 2 of them grown, okay? They're good. They have a happy life. They have a way better childhood than I could have ever dreamed of. Never seen poverty, never been to jail, not going to jail. No, I'm not no granddaddy yet. You feel me? So again, brother, I am proof better than you without the marriage because I didn't need to be married to have wonderful, successful children. All right. And one that's still on the way. Oh, and I'm divorced, by the way, for the second one, brother. So again, man, if you're gonna attack me, brother, you gotta come better than that, man. I told you, too little. In every form of
you only sound smart to stupid people.
The same way every time. Stop doing it.
You only sound smart to stupid people. Nobody wants you sound smart to stupid
you
people.
First. I sound the smartest to you. I know.
My brother, I'm gonna commend you on raising some strong children.
Go ahead.
I'm going to commend you on raising some strong children, but let me ground the situation in intellect for a second. You said you believe in marriage, that the woman cooperates and capitulates to the man and they create a happy and healthy, fruitful union. You said you believe in it. Yet, there is no evidence that your mindset and your way of thinking can produce that. And then you get mad at me for not wanting to use analogies, not wanting to use hyperboles or similes or metaphors or double entendres. I'm using real life to indict your way of thinking and say, hey, your way of thinking led you to divorce. Yet you believe in man and woman being married and having, I don't understand. And because I don't understand, I'm gonna yield the floor to you because I believe that you lack the rudimentary comprehension skills it takes to keep up with this conversation and progress it. So I'll yield you the floor, but as a black man, I commend you. I'm not saying you can't raise capable children. That wasn't the foundation of my question. The first question I asked is, do you believe in marriage and the woman being cooperative? And you said yes. So then I said, okay, your mindset has you void of the very thing you believe in. Then you went to tell me how successful I am and how successful I ain't, which is asinine because you have no idea of that, which lets me know, and everybody watching, you just say anything, use sound effects and all this bombastic language to feel like you're winning. I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to dispel the fallacies and the chimerical relationships people have with the mindset of a man and a woman so that they can pair bond and coalesce in harmony. You're trying to win an argument. I'm trying to win our people. Separately, we can't win. Separately, it's only when we coalesce. And if you use divisive language, we all lose. So you're trying to win an argument. I'm trying to save our people. We have two different purposes, my brother.
Okay, great. Okay, so again, brother, you keep assaulting, insulting, attacking.
If the truth is insulting, then that means you're a lover of lies.
Well, brother, okay, again, my intelligence and my ability to comprehend what you're saying, and again, that's why.
Well, it's evident you haven't comprehended. Now, I don't know if you want me to use like slang and shit like that, but I could. I'd rather not.
You don't. You finish interjecting. You finish interrupting.
Let him land. He let you land, brother.
So yeah. So again, man, listen. That's why I repeat what you said before I say what you said, to let you know that I listened and I comprehended, and I directly address it. Okay. So just because I believe in marriage, okay, doesn't mean I have to fucking participate in it. That don't mean I gotta participate in it. Okay. That's I believe in employment. I'm not employed right now. I don't have to be. I don't need to be. So am I in a fallacy and delusional and la because I don't have a job? No, I'm not. Hold on, brother. Sure, go ahead, man.
So the difference is, and I still commend you, I built my wealth from my brain. I'm a leader. You were in the armed services. You're a follower. You can get a VA loan and get all kind of shit to help you. You're a follower. The Army and armed services is full of followers. They get told what the fuck to do for years and years until they can retire with a check. What I built from my own astuteness, my own aplomness. We are not the same. I didn't have government help. So therefore, I don't expect you to understand the way I think. But I'm not going to waste anything you got to say after this. I'm not going to waste any more time on you, because bees don't waste their time convincing flies that honey tastes better than shit. So go ahead.
Like I'm looking at shit right now. So listen to what I'm saying, brother. Listen, you can't insult me for doing a job and working a job, which you allegedly. And again, brother, you bring your success up every time. So I just beat you to the punch because I know you was gonna do it. Okay, allegedly, brother. Again, you're just this so successful, self-made nigga, which we know don't exist. Okay, you have some help from somewhere, and the white man at some point in time, be it a business loan, be it fucking something, you're not self-made, nigga. You're not. It's a fucking balance.
Are you saying that people can't be self-made?
You have no motherfucker.
Okay, so it continues to go into this whole debacle, this back and forth situation. So what are y'all thoughts on this situation? Because first of all, let me say this. This nigga beard is wild. That goatee is fucking crazy. I've never seen no shit like that. And I'm not trying to, fuck that. That beard is crazy. That shit is wild. That shit, I don't understand it. What's going on? It's like he just kind of forgot. Like, you know what? Just keep it thick right here on the goatee and then just make it light on the outside. That shit wild. It's got a faded beard.
Hey, isn't opulent sick like a military term?
Who?
Isn't opulent sick like a military term? I know.
I don't think so.
Know, but I'm not. I would never call another guy that first part of his thing. I would never say that.
Well, opulent, like I'm not gonna call you. Like most people are gonna call you op, and they.
It gives the same kind of like connotation, like when Cedric entertained. I'm not gonna call another grown man delicious.
Yeah.
Hey, don't y'all? I think that cat took all his classes in the trailers, bro. Like so every time.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I'll let you rock out. So it means ostentatiously rich, luxurious, lavish, or abundant. That's what opulent means.
Oh,
but it sounds like a stripper name.
and then the sixth part means nurturing, love, family, and responsibility. So there you go.
Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a military thing. Maybe when I got the six. Well, that's probably what I thought.
This situation is just a pissing contest. Like, all right, I'm gonna get to the crevices of the minutia of what he was saying. Basically, they having a conversation about marriage. Six feels he believes in marriage. He asked him, do he Mr. Fantastic believe in marriage? Fantastic said yes, but at the same time, just because I believe it doesn't mean I have to participate in it. Six is trying to catch him in a contradiction of saying he don't think that he doesn't even have the mental capacity to actually go through a marriage, and that's the reason why Fantastic, he did have a divorce. He don't have proof that he can be in a marriage. But it gets to a point where they're talking past each other because everything that was already said in the beginning is already done. He believes in marriage. It just doesn't mean he don't have to participate in it. What Six is doing is just over emphasizing and just keep overbeating a dead horse of something that's already been answered. He just don't want to participate in marriage, but he do believe in it. It could have stayed right there. What Six is doing is trying to shit on him in an intellectual way and just keep on saying that he don't feel like he has the mental capacity to be married, whether if he tried or not, which is, I believe they have past conversations, so it's not even about what they're talking about right now. Now, if I zoom out of it and I talk about like holding men accountable for this kind of behavior, it is sad. Straight up. It's sad.
Hold on, but let me ask you though, for the people that may be watching who can watch this later, what's the sad part about it? What do you think is sad about it?
It's because us as men, we talk about how we navigate through conversation and we don't get in our feelings. It's women that's in feelings and, all that type of stuff. Like right now, what's going on is what we kind of confront women with.
Yeah.
They in their feelings. And I would say Six is more in his feelings than Mr. Fantastic, because Mr. Fantastic is able to sit down, listen to him, and give his whole spiel, and he can repeat what he say and move accordingly with that and just have a back and forth dialogue. Six, on the other hand, he can't. You saw he did about 15, 17 sit-ups. He did a workout right now because he sit all the way back in his chair. He say he gonna let you go. Then he get all the way in the camera. Then he get back. Then he get all the way in the camera with that trash ass beard. And that situation is, you can say all the words and filler words and everything, but I'd rather see a sermon than to hear one any day. He lacks compulsion. If he need to sit on his hands, he probably need to do it. Even though he may disagree with what Fantastic is saying, this is something else that we telling women as well. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean you have to interrupt them every single time. Let him get his whole spiel out, and then you can rebuttal it. He can't do it.
So let me ask you this. So then before you keep going, so let me ask you this. So do you think what he's displaying right now is I'm gonna get in position in regards to what he did? So do you think in regards to him constantly interrupting and having to interject when they let him land, they let him say his whole spiel and get his shit off, but then when somebody else says something that he disagrees with, wow, he's like this the entire time, do you think this displays fake masculinity?
Oh yeah, all this performative. Like I said before in the beginning, when he was on that show with that light skinned lady, I forgot her name. He
Azora,
talks way different.
Azora, something like that.
Yeah, he talked way different, and he does not sit like that or nothing like that. All this is performative because he's on the camera. Like I said, I'd rather see a sermon in here with any day. All he doing is talking. I get he might be successful. He had his show. He making money. He get that. He talking about I made my money with my brains. But at the same time, we'll be the same men talking about women, saying why you wouldn't get with a guy that probably is average. But I think Mr. Fantastic, he's retired and he get paid for the rest of his life. He good. And he got different things going on as well. So he's not a broke fella. So it's not. Right. So it's like, what's the difference between his point of way he make? Why you counting somebody's pockets? As a man,
if you can do it like me, it don't count.
That's like Jay-Z coming to me on a podcast and counting my pockets. if you a multimillionaire and all that stuff, most of those dudes, they don't really be counting people pockets to solidify if I should have a conversation with you or not when you voluntarily coming on a podcast to talk. I can tell if it's a different situation where you have a circle of people that you have all the time and you don't move with certain type of people, but you on the same podcast as a person that you are talking about his pockets. What is that to say of what you get from that? And my whole thing about it is what he's displaying everything that we always kind of have a conversation about women about. It's lack compulsion, can't stay shaming tactics.
Yeah.
Right? Throwing innuendos. He know what he's doing, but he trying to act like he's not, but trying to cover it up as just because you can't comprehend, it's not my fault.
Right.
So it's even saying that is a shot. Yep. Instead of just staying on topic and have a conversation like men.
But hey, I say it all the time about multiple people. He has those conversations with people that listen. I guarantee you, the most people he talked to are women, and he's got the kind of he comes off more like, I know what the hell I'm talking about, and you need to listen, and then no one should ever question what I'm saying. You should follow exactly what I'm saying because it worked for me, and then it'll work for you. So I think he talks to women like that, and when someone has a rebuttal, I don't think he has a lot of conversation with men, especially men that have their shit together or has done something that makes them substantial, And it may be a different way. It could be again a truck driver, but you know what? He's got 8 trucks. He's making money. He might not talk like you, but he's got a successful business. He's like the kind of person only people you can talk to are what he looks at lower, and they're never going to question what he's saying. And he might think, and what he's saying is, it could lead you in a certain kind of way, but it don't work for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So, again, he kind of seemed just like that one dude who always says, send a fucking $10,000. That one, what's his name? Rico or whatever the fuck his name is. Kind of like that. You got to be the man. You got to be one making all this fucking money, and you got to pay for everything. You got to do all this shit. And obviously, women are gonna eat that shit up. 100%. So they will sit there and be quiet and listen to you, and they won't interrupt you at all. And that kind of how his whole thing is, don't interrupt me, let me talk. Then when you see Mr. Fantastic trying to call him out on his bullshit, he has to try to jump into it and try to cut him off and be and try to throw those insults at him because he knows what he's saying is bullshit, and it's not gonna fly with a real man who has his own brain.
No, it's a tactic, and I'm pretty sure he well read, and he know what he's doing. He throwing so many variables that you can't stop and address one, so he interjects, so he don't have to substantiate the previous one. So every time he talks, Mr. Fantastic sits back, chill, whatever, say the whole thing. Then when Mr. Fantastic start addressing the certain variables that he has, he's going to attack you as soon as you do the first one, and he's going to continue to have a conversation move forward so you don't address the previous one, because now you got to address the new variable that he did every single time. So he know what he's doing, and therefore that's the reason why he's taking the shots, and he know it's going to be women that's viewing it, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, he won because he was getting the Mr. Fantastic ad. No, actually, he was having a low intelligent conversation because he wasn't able to sit back, listen to all the variables that Fantastic say, and address them. He only can address one at a time, as you can see. And then he's not even paying attention to the conversation. He hear keywords because you want to know why? When he sat back, he went in his phone while Mr. Fantastic was talking. Then when he heard one key word, he got off his phone and addressed it. If you so busy, you probably need to go take that call and take it if you're so busy. Or you just didn't want to hear what he was saying in the first place, so you don't have to address it. That's the reason why I can understand it's a whole tactic of what he's doing. He's not there to have a conversation. He's just trying to derail the conversation so he don't have to substantiate the things he's saying or have a difference of opinion.
But I kind of disagree that he's well read. I agree that he studies on a lot of words and trying to get to definition and where he can throw them in there. But I don't think he's he's because it's some of those situations where, like, again, he's around people who just won't question it. They're like, I'm not gonna question what you're saying. So, like, he gets away with that shit a lot, and he can use those big words out there. You see, he's stumbling over his words when he's talking fantastic. It's not popping his head as quick. Man, y'all gotta know some people like this from high school. They're like I said, they were like in that trailer park doing all 7 classes, and then now you see them, they throw out these big ass words like they smart and shit, and that's all they focus on. Everything about their life is about intelligence. Everything, that's what they fucking call.
I ain't gonna hold you, because think about it, Matt. Just as what he's doing right now, and I see what you were saying too, but even when he was having this conversation on his other podcast, he wasn't throwing out big words like that. Mm-hmm. Even if he was trying his best to try to navigate the conversation and have an intimate conversation, he wasn't throwing out big words like that. So I think he's personally doing it to try to derail the conversation. I honestly don't think he's that. I get you. But I'm in agreement with Marcus. I don't think he's as intelligent as he's trying to make himself seem.
Oh, I don't think he is either. I know it because I think I said it. I think I was talking to my brother about it because he kind of watched that type of stuff too. Mm-hmm. And that's why I said, you remember right before he said it, he got a few in the chamber that he's ready for. Is moot, minutia, on the crevice. Like he only got a few of them.
Yeah.
So I understand,
capitulate
and all that type of stuff. And he like to say you have a rudimentary type of thinking, logic or something like that. He got a few. It's on, and he use it a lot. So I understand. But what I'm saying is, I say he's well read. I'm not saying that he's intelligent. I'm saying that I know he done read enough to know how to derail conversation. And I know when somebody doing it on purpose. That's the reason why every time he does a variable, he throw about 15 and he says a lot of words, because what he wants you to do and what he wants to position himself, he don't want to substantiate his argument. He wants to say all those words, and then if you have a disagreement, he wants to, therefore, because he's saying a whole bunch of words that most people don't use on a day-to-day basis, he can then, for the viewers that's watching that probably don't use all them words either, they smile like, oh, he knows some words. Now he can use the tactic of saying, well, you might not be as intelligent enough to keep up with the conversation. That's the reason why you're missing what I'm saying. That's the reason why Fantastic pointed it out too. He said, that's the reason why I'm listening, and then I say what you just said so I can address it.
He that's what he reminds me of those dudes. That these dudes, remember back in the day, you used to go to trivia and they know everything about history, and it's like, I don't fucking study history, bro. I don't know. And just to try to show off in front of chicks, like, did you know this came from 1975 and blah blah. And you're like, oh, okay, cool, bro. And it's like, all right, it's like some useless knowledge. I call it useless knowledge, and they're really fucking good at it. It's because no one else studies on the shit.
My whole thing about this is, if you're such a businessman, all that type of stuff, this, that, and the third, I would think you're too busy to be on these panels all the time. He's always on Fatty panels. He always on Ali panels. And he always want to champion his accolades.
Yep.
But I'm like, where it's something not adding up.
Right? Y'all want to get to that part before when he start to really go in on what he has?
Yeah, we clear the rock out.
Let's go.
He let you land every time, Six. You got
all your lame shit you say and not say a word. And you gotta just say something, bro. Your Napoleon complex is kicking in. Calm down, brother. I understand. Right? You can't job shame me, brother, for beating the system and using the system to my advantage. You're right. I got a VA loan. When did you get your first house, brother? Huh? I used it to my full advantage, right? And like you said, now I don't have to work a job. I don't. And you don't know how much money I have. You're limiting me to the job I used to have. You don't know what investments I have. You don't know anything other than what I used to do. And you seeing me on YouTube, brother. So you trying to put me in your little box, like your little body and your little mind, is where you fucking up. Okay?
Pause it.
You know,
Pause
I know
it.
way more about you. Do you know about?
Look at him, bro.
His discomfort. He
look he in the camera like a chick that is with a resting bitch face. That's all right. I'm gonna shut up. I can't wait to say something. I ain't listening to shit you saying. I just want to say some shit that ain't got nothing to do with what you just said. I'm just gonna shame you with the first two things that I heard you said. I done checked out.
You already know. You broke and you ugly.
Look. Now this is what I'm saying. Like I went to school for it. I understand body language and all that type of shit. Look at his eyebrows.
Yeah.
Look how it's pointed up. It's communication, bro. He like, boo. I'm finna get on your ass as soon as you stop talking. Is that right? He ain't listening to shit. And then Fantastic is making a great point. So it's now he trying to thinking about, damn, that's a good rebuttal because both of them could be in the same test bracket. Both of y'all don't know how much each other making. So how can you make a claim and I can't? That's crazy.
Yeah, because he pretty much used the same. He tried to use that as in regards to, oh well, you in the military. Well, he's like, well, I've said this before, so therefore you're trying to use that against me as if, okay, well, I'm working for somebody. Well, yeah, I manipulated the system. Yeah,
you know what that is?
I can say the same thing. Shit, I was in the military. I was able to go overseas as well, and so therefore, I'm not gonna say I manipulated the system, but what I will say is that the things that happened to me in the military, I was able to then leverage on the back end of my career in the military to help me fund the life that I have now. Like, what are we talking about?
You know what that is? What Stick's doing? That's that bad bitch brain rot that the complex that be having. I'm gonna shame you for doing good.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
I'm gonna shame you. Oh, what you got? I was in the military. I leveraged stuff. I got investments. I got this, that, and that. Oh, you got your money by having a job. Oh, okay. What?
You ain't start from scratch, huh? You had to get a job. What you mean? Yeah.
Okay, what you got? I made my money from my mind. Don't everybody make their money from their fucking mind? Yeah, you had to make the decision to go to, and then, bro, even when you in Courtney, you can attest to this. Even when you're in the military, you got to be. I ain't gonna say how high level of IQ, but you got to make some real good choices before you leave that bitch, so you can be set up after you leave. Yes. And most people don't do it. They just be having fun, going to base, getting drunk, and by the time they get out the military, the Army don't help me at all. Nah, you ain't set your papers up. You ain't get your benefits. You ain't get your disability. You ain't do none of that shit before you left.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't take heed to why they were in. They could have been going to college. They could have been getting their degrees. They could have been learning to, like, they have many classes and courses that you could take while you're in the military. And so they have courses on what to do when you get out of the military. They have all these different things that'll set you up for success once you get out of the military, for those people who may not want to do 20 years, for those who may have done the amount of years, the 4 years, right, minimum. Right. And so a lot of people don't dive into that. And so, but I had the luxury enough to have people around me that was able to listen, bro, get your TSP together, learn how to invest your money. Cause I'm telling you, there's a lot of military men right now, who are captains, majors, lieutenant colonels. They've been investing their money this type of way. And listen, they got 2 or 3 properties already. So when they retire, they already done their 20 years. Now that they got their 20 years, guess what? They're gonna get on top of that because they got all their documentation too for everything that's happened to them throughout the course of their career. Now they got the documentation. Now they can go get 100% on top of still getting paid based off of their rank that they retired in. Now they got investments on top of that, real estate investments or whatever things they decided to invest in. So now they got this waddle of money that they just sitting on, and they straight for the rest of their life, and they're gonna continue to keep getting paid for the entirety of their life. house paid for, and everything else is paid for. So they just big chilling. And so they made all the right investments while they were in the military at the time. And so now this is not to say that, now I'm gonna kind of go off tangent real quick. This is not to say that you can't do this while you have a 9-to-5, but there is leverage in it. And this is why one of the things I always teach as well, and one of the things I always try to advocate for as well, just because you got 9-to-5, that don't necessarily mean you can't do what the military people are doing. They have many different things, many different avenues that which you can invest your money and learn how to invest properly. So that way you can set yourself up for success. But a lot of people don't know. They don't know what they don't know. So sometimes we can't blame people, but at the same time we can't. It's like, bro, you got a phone, right? You got the internet at your fingertips. But sometimes some people just don't know what to do. Sometimes some people don't know what to say, or even we can say AI, go to AI, but I don't know what the fuck to put in my AI to tell me this shit. So you got individuals like Raw, you got individuals like Matt, you got individuals like Marcus, myself. Listen, bro, I can help you out with that. So just having the right people around you, man, that's gonna guide you in the right direction.
That's crazy because, like, my brother, he told me the same thing you said. My dad, he actually put my brother on game about all that.
Yep.
My sister, my mom, all of us didn't benefited from my dad being in the military.
Yep.
So this shit that Six doing, he ain't really like. That's how you know all this shit performative, and he just in his emotions right now because a real man respect another real man for making good decisions and being in a good situation. You mean tell me you 43 years old, you're already retired, you don't have to work, you got your investments, you got your own house. Yeah, you was in a marriage, but you know you got a divorce. This shit's it is 75% these days. So, hey, okay, you part of the statistic. She tried to take your money, but you won, so she couldn't take your what it was his retirement. She tried to take it half his retirement and all, and threatened to leave with her. He didn't get all that shit, right? And now you want to shit on him. That's some cat ass shit, bro. Cake ass nigga.
Yeah, but I think that's like a toxic that come from like toxic hood mentality. I don't know his background, but it's always like, oh, if you take the leg up, then you just pretty much nothing you did is valid. It's like, okay, if you ain't get it out the mud, then you ain't shit. Because that's pretty much what he's like radiating. Like, oh, well, you had handouts, you had all this. Like, motherfuckers act like that shit is easy. I mean, just like I told you earlier, I told you the reasons why I couldn't go. You know what I mean? But at the same time, that's just for me watching movies and all that, and the narrative that I curated in my mind of how it is to be in combat zones and whatnot. And clearly that shit is not easy. But it's like, okay, well, if I done seen somebody get bodied at the bus stop for doing some goofball stuff, why would I go overseas and let somebody else like do stuff of similar things towards me when I know I got to make it home? So just because somebody went to the military and whatever, and they used everything that was available to them, you shouldn't be discrediting none of that. And that's where this dude comes off. And I can see like what you talking about, you know, he got that big auntie energy. Because ain't nothing really masculine about his mainframe that he's holding down right now.
And then the top all that off, everything you just said, he actually went in the military to fight for you to even be on a microphone right now.
That's who.
He's shitting on a person that did all that and retired out the army. So he was in that bitch 20 years, worked 20 years, and he could have died. He could have did his fault. I don't know if he was in infantry or nothing like that, but he did what he had to do. He put his time in for you to see
the Air Force.
Huh?
I think he was in the Air Force.
So he's smart.
Yeah.
Air Force don't put everybody in that bitch.
Facts.
So he in the Air Force, and he got the big old auntie energy right now. Oh, you went to the Air Force and you fought for the country? Big whoop. I use my mind.
Yeah, but see too, another fallacy that people need to get rid of that I really dislike my coworkers go through too is this whole bullshit about work-life balance. Like, just because you work 8 hours and jack off for 8 hours don't mean that fucking you doing nothing in life.
They act like they work at the damn steel mill, bro.
If your retirement age is around 65, right? And life technically, let's just say it don't start till 5. 5 is right around when you can start school in North America.
Right.
So we're gonna just give you 0 to 5 on the house. So from 5 to 25, you're supposed to be learning. 25 to 45, you're supposed to be running up a bag. 45 to 65, let's just say that that's just, you know, you make it to retirement or you die, whatever. Sorry to be so morbid. But 45 to 65 is when you're supposed to enjoy the spoils of your labor. That's the work-life balance. This bullshit with motherfuckers think they supposed to work 40 hours a week and then go beat their meat for fucking 40 hours and chase bitches and all. That's not work-life balance.
Facts.
That's you being distracted and stupid.
I'm trying to fuck these bitches, bro. God damn, bro.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So now you run into another situation like this where you've been grinding. Let's just put it on a 20 piece. If 6 been grinding for 20 years trying to get a damn trucking business out the mud, we know the first 3 to 7 years was a wash. So them 3 to 7 that Fantastic put in the military, he already ahead of you. And that's where like a jealousy complex gets radiated into his conversation, because it's like, okay, you just keep going, oh, military, blah, blah, like it's some motherfucking cheat sheet, and realistically it's just a blueprint. Like, y'all motherfuckers want generational wealth, there it goes. Mac just told you his pops was in that joint, and one of his brothers. Courtney just told you, you know, his people was in there and it passed down. That is a form of generational wealth too. Because really, the majority of y'all getting houses and stuff from y'all parents, and y'all selling them like dumbasses, fucking off the money in the club, and then nobody got shit after you.
Fact.
So sometimes it's the structure of knowing what to do and where to go to get the resources is fucking generational wealth.
Just to get a leg, it's about just getting a leg up, bro. Like just starting ahead. So I know a lot of people have, and I was one. And here's the crazy thing. I was one of those people. I was hell bent on not going to the military. I was like, I'm not going. My parents were like, hey, you need to go to the military. You know, basketball ain't forever. You know, it ain't gonna be a thing for you. It's not gonna be. Everybody ain't gonna go to the NBA. I'm like, listen, man, listen. I'm out here big baller. I'm one of the top 11 in the city. Top 11. Like I'm big dog in there right now. You feel me? So Jersey retired, all this. So I'm here. I'm with it. And so, as my career progressed into college and everything like that, and hooping, and then by the time my junior year of college came, I was like, listen, I got to make a decision. I got about 1.5 years left before I get out of school. I got to do something. You know what I'm saying? I got to make a move. I don't know what this sports management career going to do for me. So now I got to make a move. So I'm going to the military to get a leg up. And that's exactly what I did. And I just come back, finish school, graduate college, because I don't want to just leave it on limbo. Come back, graduate. That's what I did. And so that's probably one of the best decisions that I ever made. Outside of family, kids and all that stuff, that's probably one of the best decisions I ever made, because it has set me up. It has set me up and put me in the right path, that not also, because now I can look back and say, look, my mother and my father, my dad went to the military. Cool. Grew up in a middle class home. Oh, my oldest brother went into the military, living a good life in Atlanta. Boom. I followed the footsteps, did the same exact thing, living a good life, middle class home, right? Now what I'm doing now is we're focusing on building something bigger now. Now we feel focused on building the empire now. We're building something. You know what? I'm not gonna even say empire. So that's a term that everybody uses. I'm not gonna say building an empire. I'm building something.
It's legacy.
I'm building the legacy. I'm building something for the generation to come, my children's children, et cetera, right? I'm building that. So I'm taking the necessary sacrifices now, you know, whether how hard of it is worth, you know, cool. I ain't getting my 8 hours of sleep. Bet I'm gonna get 5 hours, because that's gonna be, in the long run, that's gonna pay off, right? Taking the scrutiny of not having to make a lot of money right now, because it's gonna pay off on the back end. And so these are the things that a lot of people aren't talking about. Everybody want to talk about, oh, well, I already got my business. Okay, what is your business doing? That's the question I want to ask people. I got business. Okay, you got business. Okay, so what is your business doing though? Are you actually profiting on your business, or is it just something that you just say just because it sounds fucking good right now?
I got my LLC.
But is it truly a business?
I got a truck.
Entrepreneur, man.
Right.
What's your job? Entrepreneur.
Right. But what are you doing though? Like, what does that do for me? That don't do shit.
But here goes the real question though. Are you really running a business, or is it just a hustle with employees?
Exactly.
Because
and you the employee 9 times out of 10, you probably employed. You may got one person.
That's me right now. I got that right now.
But that's why y'all ask the valuable questions like, oh, if he really got a business, how the fuck he got all this free time for all these panels and stuff?
You feel me? Like,
you know what I mean?
Like, thank God it's once a week. I'll tell you like that.
As $100 people balls.
Because the people, unless content creation is your life, unless like this shit is actually your life, you know, like there are people like this is actually their life. They actually running business, but they come back because they got people that do the camera, they got people who do the editing for them, do all the extra shit on the back end. They just show up, talk their talk, and then everybody else does the extra shit on the back end for them. If you ain't doing that, bro, I don't want to hear the shit about the businesses, the multiple businesses you got, because if you got multiple businesses, because I can be transparent right now, I'm in the process. I'm not talking to Mac about this. I'm in the process of purchasing an actual business right now. I'm in the process. I didn't say I bought one. I said I'm in the process of it. So I'm looking at different businesses that I can properly buy on a seller finance. And then after that, then I will be documenting it and showing people like, hey, listen, this is what I did. This is how I purchased my first business. You know, because guess what? You don't have to start a business from scratch. You can actually go buy a business because there are a lot of baby boomers who got businesses. They've been running these businesses for 20 plus years and they're ready to sell them because guess what? Their offspring don't want to live on the legacy. Their offspring don't want to take over the business. So therefore they want their legacy to continue. So somebody like myself who's looking for this, like, hey, listen, look, check this out. I may not have $1 million, but guess what? I'm willing to do a seller finance with you and I can pay you over time with this business. All I need you to do is help me and just show me the ropes and I can help elevate this and upgrade everything that you already have going to modern day. We can make more profit. I can just pay you plus interest on top of that. But I'm in the process of that. So therefore I'm just documenting. So if I'm that busy, once I become that busy to the point where it's like, all right, bro, I won't have time to be showing up on other people's platforms talking about, hey, bro, well, I'm here. I got multiple business. That's bullshit. I don't believe that shit. Niggas just say that. Niggas just say that dumb shit. I really don't.
That's what I'm like. It's a hustle. It ain't really a business because like, the way they even pull up on panels at times don't even be structured.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Like it ain't like you got a set block window. And it's like, okay, hey, I might be on anybody panel, but you only gonna see me from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. type shit. It's like, nah, you 5 in the morning, this motherfucker on the panel, and then at noon he on a different panel, and then like, yo, chill out, bro.
I be seeing people on TikTok, and I just be like getting ready for work, and I'm scrolling. They in big full-fledged arguments, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
At they throat, talking about, bitch, you ain't got no job. Fuck you. I'm like, y'all ain't got no job.
But see, the one that blows me the most, pause, is that a lot of these people that quote unquote got these businesses and all that, right? They be mad at people that got a leg up. So like this dude is irritated with Fantastic and whatnot for the whole military play or whatever. Yeah. The general public is mad at Trump for taxes and all that, but none of them will research all these gray areas and how they can use that to their advantage too. Oh. None of y'all go get a tax strategist. Y'all go from 40 bands a year to 220 bands a year. Wonder why you in a different tax bracket and you more broke at 220 than you was at 40, and you not really trying to find that middle field as to where, okay, there are certain power moves I could take in the middle to where, yeah, I might still not be able to take home all my bread, but I can have my bread working for me in different ways to where once tax time comes, then I can either recoup or break even and whatnot instead of just losing my ass.
That's
and
fair.
So that's the thing. So now you running a business, you frustrated, you probably using Just for Men to keep your hair black because Fantastic can show you the stress of the military in his beard, and you mad that he quote unquote got a leg up, but even then there's a blueprint in there. Yeah, we clown on people for joining the military and go getting a Camaro SS or a Hellcat, but those are the ones that they fuck off their initial sign-on bonus and whatever, and then hopefully somewhere within them first 4 years, somebody take them under their wing and teach them some stuff, and they're also receptive to learning because education is a two-way street. I could teach you all day, but if you're not receptive to listening to what the fuck I'm telling you, I'm just talking to a brick wall. And that's where a lot of y'all get left behind at the same time. Is some people do realistically want to give you the game, but they not finna just sit up here repeating themselves, especially if you're not showing no interest. It boils down to all these beefs we seen on the internet to start the year off. 5150 is entertaining as fuck. Shout out to Corey. But Anton can teach you how to go get us to a bag. Shout out to Freezy. Freezy then went from 7K to 9K just covering Anton. Shout out to that. Growth is there for everybody. But at the same time, it's like, okay, yeah, you can hate on this person for one thing, but at the same time, when they leaving breadcrumbs for another thing that's actually beneficial to you, are you picking that up too? Like at the end of the day, when these cameras cut off and this entertainment's gone or whatever, us on this panel, we straight. We politic behind the scenes, and we make sure that we got plays going. Matt got the lawn care business. We trying to figure out how to grow that to where it's worth 6 figures, 7 figures, and then hey, if he want to franchise it out, sell it or whatever, and start something else, we on that. Pause.
I'm trying to invest in it for real. But I'm just waiting for him to lock everything in because listen, I'm just waiting. I'm like, listen, go ahead and invest in the business.
Exactly. And
why not?
I'm pulling some strings on some real estate plays behind the scenes. I know Courtney is. I've been wanting to get a laundromat or a car wash. We just covered some of them topics not too long ago. So it's stuff that's been in the works. I mean, Marcus is, pause God. He king of the meats over there. We're gonna get his sausage. We're gonna get his sausage branded in his Sam's Club.
Hey, his sausage, baby.
And he stop playing and go ahead and
baby.
You hear what you saying out loud, bro?
Meatballs.
Boy, meat magistrate over there, but
meatballs.
It Matt, but look though, I ain't gonna hold you.
Let me know when y'all eat the sausage. I got you.
Meatballs though, it Matt, bro. You match the aesthetic of it, bro. Nigga with a beard, you know what I'm saying? Deep voice type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, I got the sausages for your ass. Balls. Ooh,
serious today, but that was crazy.
I'm not feeding. I'm not feeding.
Wow.
Traffic with the smokers on deck.
Wow.
Anybody listening or listen to us. Hey, if you know someone who make walk rings, fucking throw us a message. Let me holler at you. I need to get to where someone can make walk rings out of cast iron from scratch. So hey, anybody listening, throw a message.
Hell yeah.
So that's the thing. It's people need to really.
Buddy was just projecting, bro, because he didn't hear it. I'm a good listener, and as people be talking and stuff, I piece things together. I've been trying to practice that. Well, I've been doing it I didn't been able to do it for a while, but I'm kind of like fine tuning it now because he said it in the beginning. He said, "Hey, dude, I was a fuck boy. That's how I learned to be a man and shit like that." So
at the gas station, by the way, at the gas station, he figured out at the gas station.
He finished. He found out a gas station.
That's what Six said.
Yeah, that's what Six said. Yeah,
he said he was a fuck boy. So he projected. So now it's one of those things where now he got the minutia of the crevices and the minutia of this situation. Everything that he said is roots now because now everything that he say is rudimentary, right? He got a rudimentary level of understanding what words that is collaborating out of his mouth, right? I don't think he has the intuitive enough to understand the words that is coming out of his mouth on a consistent basis when he's going over complicated topics that us as people that have a more
go ahead, you cooking. That boy freestyling. That boy good.
Hey, look, that boy good. Anybody can do it, bro. All you got to get your shit in the paper. But he's projecting because now he want to revamp himself, and it's an inner thing within himself that he's been working on. So now, because he feel like he at a certain place, he projected somebody else, and he don't even. The problem is he don't even know that person. That's the shit.
Yeah, cause see, my thing is too. No disrespect to nobody, because I don't really know their backgrounds. But you said you heard something and you caught that.
He said it.
No, so that's my thing though. Even though I'm the only child of a single mother in the United States of America, I've had other friends who I've adopted their fathers as my father. So I had father figures because my dad's just not in the country. I know him. I talk to him on Skype and all that. I just ain't physically shook his hand. But outside of that, I personally got beef with motherfuckers who learn about bitches from the bitch. Pause. Not to be talking like Corey Holcomb or nothing, but let's face it, bro. Women are a very emotional species on this planet. They barely know what the fuck they want half the time. So if you trying to learn about a woman from a woman, you just as lost as the woman. When you come up here and you trying to hold masculine frame or whatever, and then we can see the bitch in you, you got the bitch tendencies. We ain't necessarily calling you a bitch, but shit, you bitch adjacent. It just is what it is. Like
shit.
Your backbone kind of moist, you know what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes when you're around in the presence of men, don't be like your auntie. Tone it down a notch or two and learn you something. Because people are willing to teach you if you're willing to learn. If not, you might get popped in the mouth. Just shit can go left real quick.
That's fact.
Especially in our community, don't a lot of shit go right because everybody want to talk over everybody and act like they know something. So shit go left stupid quick.
Oh, he say platitude a lot too.
Platitude?
Man, if y'all don't get that platypus ass shit up out of here.
Hell no.
Platitude.
All right, so look, before we go, we got one more topic, bro.
Oh shit, let's do it.
Hurt.
You say hurt?
Dog. I'm ready to get this damn surgery so I can be good.
Surgery?
Whoa. Calm down, Jamal. Be easy with the 9. Surgery.
Yeah, I get surgery Friday.
Yeah, damn. What you mean?
I broke my head. Playing the Harlem Globetrotters?
You broke that bit. You broke that bit.
Yeah, it's broke.
Is that the same arm?
No, it's my right.
So you done mashed up both of them?
Yeah, I was with Courtney. How old we was? About 11, 12, some shit like that.
About 11 and 12. We about 11 and 12.
We were about 11 and 12, and we was hooping in his dad's hometown, and I fell and broke my damn wrist. Yeah, that bitch was out. You could see that bitch.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy, dog. I was like, But I feel so bad. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Like, damn. I said, my home, we in a whole nother city, man. I done broke my friend's goddamn wrist, bro. That's some crazy shit there, boy.
Yeah, I just knew I broke my arm so bad.
I just knew I was about to get. I just knew
it looked worse. It looked worse than how it feels sometimes. But like it's literally just right here. They just stabilizing everything so it don't move.
Oh, okay.
All right, shit. Next Halloween, Mac finna be Jax.
Gotcha.
You gotta get the shoulder raises and the curls in. Goddamn, this shit look tired. You feel me?
Gotcha.
Listen, man, make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. Make sure you hit the bell notification. All right. So we tapped in and we dove in with the men a lot, you know, and holding men accountable. So I want to talk about
that's wild work. Tapped in and dove in on some whoa. Hey, yo.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
I'm just fucking around.
So we're gonna get into the liberal women and conservative women.
Okay.
We're gonna get into liberal women and conservative women. And so basically they're talking about the sexual revolution. One side feels liberated, other side saying no, you're pretty much giving away your value. So we're gonna dive into it and then we'll give our thoughts in between. All right. So we already 3 hours in, so we'll try to keep it at 30 minutes. So we'll try to keep it right at like 30 minutes or so on this topic. All right. So let's go ahead and dive in.
Providing and the woman's not providing.
Yeah.
Who's gonna
do you want to we can talk about economics if you want
we're
to.
not going to talk about it right now. And the next prompt is: the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy.
My girl, what up with it?
No, maybe. Okay. Whoever feels strongly about it can speak.
I think that this term, calling it a sexual revolution, is quite strange and it distorts history. If you look at the history of like the way that people engaged in sex, it really has not quite changed much. The only thing that we've seen change for the most part is the rise in social media and the rise of seeking out sexual relationships through that. Because you can go back through history and look at like the Greeks and the Romans that were very openly sexual. People were having sex in public. Like it was not a private thing. It never was. And it really only became.
That's a fallen empire, by the way, for those people who like to use that argument. That's a fallen empire. So that's not really a good argument, but I'm gonna keep it playing.
Came like this private thing when you look at like the rise of like industrialism in the United States, and you see sex become like commodified, and it became like a dirty thing with also the rise of, you know, like religion and Protestantism in the US also kind of demonized it, and it became a weapon used against women. And I think that we've seen the pendulum go from like being hypersexual in the past where sex wasn't like a commodified thing or it wasn't a demonized thing to kind of going through this period of like demonizing people for exploring their sexuality or things like that. And now we've kind of come back out the other side where some people abuse it, some people don't. And I think that you have to have moderation. I've said this before, like as far as devaluing women, I think that the problem with devaluing women who are open about their sexuality or commodify their own sexuality and take control over it is a problem with patriarchy. And I think it's a problem with misogyny. I don't think it's a feminism problem.
Well, I would say that when you like put yourself out there to be overtly sexual and you don't give men anything to work for, so you lessen your value. So if you want women to be valuable, then having a lot of sex with men, being just out there, not caring about how you present yourself, that is not going to make you happy. You're actually sadder now. You're not happy. And I think that, you know, women tend, like all species, one thing we know is that we're here to be with each other. You can try to look at it like we're not equal. We provide equal value. And men can do things that women simply can't. You have like you.
Can I ask what? What can men do that we can't?
I mean, men build everything. We don't. Men protect us. They fight wars. We don't.
What do they protect us from? Other men?
Women have always fought in wars. Women have built so many things.
Yeah.
So many things.
But in the world, like
the
roads,
women also weren't allowed
the
to.
buildings, the architecture, men do all of that.
Women
Men
were
are the
also a part of
geniuses.
it, though.
It's way more male geniuses that are female geniuses.
That doesn't answer the question.
Point of relevance. As you can see, I said point of relevance. As you can see with the 6, right? The people over there on the left, they said what they said. The people that was on the right ain't say not one word. Now when she's talking, keyword, I need to interrupt. Now the whole conversation to derail.
Yo.
Now they finna throw a whole bunch of variables And now it's who they protecting us from? What is this? What is that? What wars? What? Like, goddamn.
No, that's a good point. That's a great point. And no, that's a great point. But it also goes to show you as well, though, a lot of them really can't function in that matter. They can't sit and have an actual genuine discussion just simply because I can sit here and let you talk the whole time and not say nothing. I can just sit back and be like, all right, whether I agree or disagree, I can sit back and let you get your shit off. But the moment it's reversed, then I start to talk, and then I say one trigger word, like you said. Now all of a sudden you got something you want to say. Like, hold on, you gonna let me finish my thoughts, or what's it going? Or is it the fact that I said something that's actually true, but you're gonna try to derail me off the point, so therefore you can try to corner me and say, oh well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Like,
Or
no, go ahead. Yeah,
the number one thing that tends to happen, and I don't even think a lot of women believe they do this. You know how they say, I've been on so many panels and all these men said this. And we be like, what? Men don't say that shit. They're like, yes, y'all do. I was on this panel, y'all said this. If you actually go back and look at the conversation, what they do is when a man says something, they hear one word and they derail it just like this, hear a key word, and say, so what you saying is you saying that X, Y, Z and blah, blah, blah? No, that's not. Yes, that is what you're saying in X, Y, Z. It's based off what they interpret. So now, based what they didn't interpret out that conversation, even though the man said, hey, no, that's not my point. That's not what I'm saying. They go somewhere over here and say, yeah, I was on this other panel. The man said X, Y, and Z. And that's usually what happens, just what's going on right now. So I knew this conversation wasn't going to go when I saw the pink hair. I knew it.
And that's the thing. It ain't even begun to go left yet.
Question though, the question was, what can they do, not what have they done?
Well, she's answering the question a little bit, but you're saying like they're more men geniuses. They stopped us from reading. They stopped us from going to school.
Okay,
the first Black woman lawyer wasn't allowed
to
to practice law. She got her law degree, but she wasn't allowed to even practice and be a lawyer. They stopped us.
But that's not what modern feminism is about.
What has it stopped us from reading? Because even when in school, when I was reading biology and physics and chemistry books, because my mom was making me read all that stuff, the girls in my age range, they was reading Zane and all these other freak ass books. So even though y'all was reading, y'all wasn't reading nothing beneficial to the future.
Exactly.
So it's not that nobody stopped you from doing shit. Y'all don't go down the path of anything beneficial. It's just like when they try to compare jobs and they like, oh, they pay men more than they pay women. Nah, for one, we down to work more OT and call in less than y'all, no matter the industry. And for two, some of the industries, y'all just not even gonna muster up the courage to even go into. Let alone we not even gonna talk about whether you could physically do it or not. But a lot of women, y'all want to go get y'all nails and y'all hands and feet done with y'all nails. Y'all ain't finna go to the oil field and be out there covered in motherfucking crude oil for 16 hours a day.
Thanks.
You don't forgot what complexion you is. You was born white and use the nigga now for 16 hours a day because you black as tar with oil all over you. Like, y'all not finna go do that shit. So let's cut that part out.
And another thing I noticed with this is, I think what is liberals on the left, conservatives on the right.
Yep.
You notice there ain't number white women on the left.
Yep.
It is black women on the right that's conservative. So that's one of those things where I do think innately most black people are conservative leaning. Most are. It's just on social media, you have your diasporas of women that think the same, and it's not a lot of them, but I think most women actually think like the women that's on the right. Most of them. They might virtue signal online, but what they actually do in real life is more conservative.
Yeah, of course.
You're not going to catch most women out there half naked, they're naked. It's always virtual signaling online, right? But they not finna go do it themselves. But the problem is that because they virtue signal online, it seems like most women align with the bullshit.
But you see, like on the left, like they were pretty much thought they're gonna have that haha moment, like that we've been so oppressed and all this other shit, and the ones on the right are kind of like, yeah, no, that's bullshit. Like,
and they
we had everything going on, yeah, and it's like, but that's how a lot of people just a lot of women. That's how they bond with shit. Is like how oppressed we've been and how it's bad for us, and everyone is bad. You know, they're treating us this kind of way, and blah 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 blah. Most times it's just one of those things to where, hey, you know what? We're gonna say we've been fucked over this whole time, and everyone's gonna agree with us. But these other chicks are like, no, that's not the way the fucking shit happened.
The irony of the situation is, you got the white liberals and you got the black women over at the right. We already know the history of our country, but y'all saying y'all couldn't do nothing. What the hell? Y'all sitting here talking to us, black people, talking about y'all couldn't do this. What the hell you thought we could? What you thought we could?
That's how a lot of people bond. They think that we're like in shackles, and that we've been held back so long. And some people are like, that's not the reality. We control our own future. Shit, for a long time. This ain't something new. Shit, this been going on fucking before I was born.
I might say something controversial, but I'm gonna say I this is not what I think. This is what I got from somebody else. It was this white dude on TikTok, and he said, "I'm so glad y'all black people not getting into white people business. I know that sounds bad, but he said I'm glad y'all not doing it because those white liberal, they want to get y'all fired up so y'all can go do our bidding, and they want y'all to get in the fight and do it. Because if some casualty happen and y'all black, then they feel as though they can have more upper hand on the situation. If it's just white people getting unalive, whatever, ain't nothing gonna happen. But if it's a person of color, y'all will be the sacrificial lamb of whatever movement that's going on that these white liberal people are doing."
Facts. And that's crazy. But it goes to show you though. That's why they always say you got to be careful of the liberal white women. That's why they say liberal white women are the most dangerous to society right now. It ain't got shit to do with the black people. It ain't got shit to do with the white man. It ain't got shit to do with the black man or black woman. It's the liberal white women, and also the liberal white men who allow it. That's why it is what it is. That's what's going on. So when we listen to this conversation right now, you can clearly see the difference. You can clearly see you here, and they're gonna display it right now. When I play this video, watch. It's crazy.
That we have surpassed that already. You guys can read, you guys can vote, you can do everything you want to do, and you keep making issues. This is why you always talking about the patriarchy and capitalism. You feed it. Okay, why do you think that you are a feminist in the first place? They wanted you to work. That's what they wanted you to do. They wanted two people in the household to work versus one, right? But you hate capitalism, but you serve it. You would rather serve capitalism than serve your man, the man that was put here to protect you.
Yeah, but does your man make enough money so that you don't have to work? This is my thing. If we're talking about family units, these are two people. They get to decide what happens in their unit. And reality is some men are not going to be able to provide all that they can. Talk about pressure. I feel like feminism was good for men because it kind of relieved them of a little bit of pressure.
It lifted everybody up.
Well,
Yeah,
but
really
it's made men so much more depressed than ever. It's made them weaker.
I think they just don't like the fact that now they see, oh, women can be as good as us because now that we're allowed to have these rights,
Why do you have to be as good as men? Why do you have to be?
Because we live in their world. And I'm saying because we live in this world with them where they are suppressing us, their bar is up here. If our bar gets lifted, so does theirs. Our bar gets lifted, so does theirs.
Why do women need to be less than men?
Yeah.
Women are not less than men. They're different from men. We provide equal value, but we're different. You can't, it's no way that if you got a man that's your age, your height, whatever, he's going and you race him. You're not going to beat him. More times than not, they're going to dust you, which lets you know that you are not equal to them.
In what sport?
Not in that way. You're not equal. They're stronger. They have more logic. You're more emotional. It's just
to speak to the emotions, if I could maybe chime in here, right? The idea that like men are less emotional than women. It's like, well,
But you see the issue here though that I'm having. every time they get triggered, the left always interrupts. They let them get their shit off, let them say whatever it is that they want to say, and then they speak. But as soon as they start talking, as soon as the right starts talking, then all of a sudden somebody has to let me chime in. No, let me get my point off, and then you can chime.
Have you been in a situation to where you knew you were fucking right about a situation, and because you at that point you calm as fuck, you're like I'm gonna let you go, I'm about to cook your ass, because you're like, no, keep going. But then have you ever been in a situation where it was kind of iffy, or you like, man, I might be talking dumb shit, you keep fucking interrupting when they're talking, you're like, you know what, you gotta keep no, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, that's it. You gotta understand me, you gotta understand me, you gotta understand me. You can know when someone is right and they know what the fuck is going on, because like you said, it's calm and cool. Like, I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead. I already know what I'm about to say is about to fucking burn your ass. So that's how you know when someone is in a situation where they know they're losing and they know what the fuck they're saying is damn near wrong. They got to keep interjecting because you're not understanding me, because if you understanding me, you wouldn't be going against me. It's kind of how they be saying what they're trying to say.
It's just with the women on the left, they are so used to having one way conversation that everybody agrees, because that's the group of people they in. They do not usually have conversation with people on the other side of the aisle. Another thing is with women that's on the left, with their type of thinking, 1 + 1 = 2, which means if you divide 2 = 1, and that must mean that's how the vision was created. And now we got to multiply. Now that we got to multiply it to everything is the same. They put so many variables on one topic. They overload it, and that lets you know they don't have an original thought. Everything means something, right? If we talk about the patriarchy, now they finna overload the topic of patriarchy. Now, we couldn't let them read. They couldn't get a car. They couldn't do this. They say the same thing over and over again without no nuance. Which, yes, you could have a bank account, man, when you was back then. Y'all could. Y'all just couldn't accumulate debt. That means if you had if you had a husband, you couldn't accumulate debt. So it was all on him. He paid the debt. You didn't have to. You can just spend the money and you didn't never get debt. It wasn't law. If you was by yourself, you could get a bank account. White women could. And also, hold on. Also, with this whole voting situation, they so fucking dumb because they talking about black men can vote before white women. Technically, we could, but guess what was going on? We had to count how much gum was in the fucking jar, or they was closing down a voting station, so people had to walk or drive to the next town in order to vote. And by the time they got there, the voting polls was closed. They was doing real deal voter suppression back then. So no, technically you could vote, but no, we couldn't vote because then they had all those type of voter suppression shit that was going on. This is that white privileged liberal ass shit that they just wanted to get out there, and they got fucked up with feminism. Because every time they say a point, they don't have no nuance, no history, no notes, no nothing. They just hear what they heard from somebody else. We couldn't have a bank account. Why? What was the reason why you couldn't? Why black men could vote before us? Why? What was the nuance of that? Oh yeah. Even most people, even most men couldn't vote. You had to own land in order to vote back then. So it wasn't even all white men couldn't even vote back then. You had to have land.
Yep.
They don't talk about none of this shit.
Yeah, but why the talking points of points that were valid before, like when my great grandparents were alive? Like, why the fuck don't we have like somewhat current like conversation? Like vote like shit was before my grandparents. I'm way older than y'all. Like that's crazy as fuck that these people are making that like a valid point to talk about. That shit has not been like that in fucking a long ass time. Like I don't understand. Like in every conversation they talk about how someone's oppressed, it was way before us and way before our parents, and maybe in the time of their parents, but probably before then too. So I don't understand how the fuck these are like talking points still.
It's a victim mindset because you have to bask in the failures that you have, and they don't want to atone to. If you got all this freedom you got right now, and you look back and your life ain't going the way it is, you gonna blame yourself, or you gonna blame the patriarchy?
You can't blame yourself.
Are you gonna? That's the reason why they keep reaching all the way back in the history bag, and that's the reason why the women on the right are like, "Yo, what about right now? What you got going on right now?"
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I can't. I spent all my money on my purple hair, my pink hair. It's the patriarchy. What blah blah blah. Like it's just a victim mentality. And then I had a conversation. There's a difference between being a victim and having a victim mentality. You can be a victim of something, yes, you can. But when you have a victim mentality, that means anything that you do that's your own free will and accord, and that's your choice. If it doesn't go to plan, you are going to have a crutch and blame it on something else other than, okay, that was a messed up on my part. I need to do better.
Yep. It's always
on me,
somebody else.
coach. Them women up in there, I guarantee none of them play sports. That's on me, coach. I take full responsibility. I shouldn't have shot that ball. I should have passed it. That's on me. I'm gonna run these extra 4, 5, 6 laps. They ain't did none of that.
Yeah, let me go ahead and play some more.
What's the number one cause of crime? Do you guys know like the actual preceding
Emotions.
factors?
Poverty.
It's actually impulsivity, right? ADHD is one of the largest things that is in prison, right? ADHD, impulsivity, right? And drinking, right? Men are highly addictive. They're suiciding at a higher rate than women are. The idea that men aren't emotional is again the type of prescriptive perpetuation that is bad for
Anger is
men.
an emotion.
That's bad for men and it's bad for women. Men are emotional, right? Women are emotional in different ways. You're right. If you talk to, for example, a trans woman who's gone on estrogen, for example, a lot of negative emotions begin to emerge, more specifically like sadness. The issue is that we all act like logic devoid of emotion is wisdom, but that there's not even a historical precedent for this. If you look back to like some of the original writers of wisdom, you talk about the Spartans or the Athenians, they loved their feelings. These Spartan men were so passionate about one another and the things that they fought for that they openly sobbed. That's what original Stoicism is. It's an acknowledgement of the feelings and a drive for action and through it. You take away a rat's ability to feel emotion, it starves to death in like a week because emotion drives all of us. Men are more or less emotional. We're all emotional. The issue is that, yeah, they have testosterone. They're always going to lift things heavier than I am. That's why they're disproportionately represented in labor fields. But the issue is that A, technology has balanced those things, and B, the idea that men are just better. Men just, by and large, because of X and Y, have a little bit more dimorphism at the ends. They might like perform really high here. They're also disproportionately represented in some of the most disabled individuals, some of the most addicted individuals, some of the most homeless individuals, right? And so this idea that we're like putting like women below men because like we tend to be kind of, I would argue, more balanced creatures, I think is disserving both of us.
I don't think that's
But
what
we're
she said.
we're not putting women under men.
Yeah. We always, like I was talking about this earlier, we're always constantly like obsessing over this hierarchy on, I hear it from feminists a lot where it's like, oh, well, men aren't better. Like, women are under, like the book, The Second Sex. Like this hasn't come from women who were happy being mothers and anti-feminists, anti-suffragettes. They're not saying that. It's always the feminists that are saying this. So I'm just like, why are y'all so obsessed with trying to be men? Like, why can't you just be good women and enjoy the roles that we're supposed to play, which is a mother, because a man can't fill the mother role. That's why. So I just don't understand what the problem is and why you guys are trying to be men.
Wait, is that the only role?
We're not trying to be men.
Wait, no, is that the only role we play though? Is mom? That's it?
No, I just threw a role like.
Well, one quick thing though, what old girl who just went on this whole rant talking about rats and shit, what she failed to realize is why are these men that she claimed that are in jail? What is the cause of that? What's the cause of it?
Most of it's women.
Of these emotional men, because 9 times out of 10, that's why we continue to keep breaking up these conversations. What typically happens? Who tends to go into jail versus who tends to not go into jail? Now, of course, nothing is absolute. That's why we always have these studies. That's why data is very important, right? 2-parent household, single fathers, right? The difference between the two, which is why we just went back to this whole conversation with Opulent 6 and Mr. Fantastic. It's the same thing. There's data for a reason. So yeah, you can talk about these emotional men. Everybody on this panel would agree. There are a lot of emotional men that are in the prison system. Now, again, we can still argue, we can go on a whole tangent, a whole nother conversation about some of it being falsified, and some individuals are in jail for no fucking reason, but then that still doesn't take away from the fact that there are a lot of individuals in there because of an emotional action that they took based off of what? Who were they raised by? Someone that was far more emotional, grandparent, mother, typically speaking, and this led them to acting irrational and not being able to control their emotions because they didn't have a father in their life. But
it's good to show your emotions. Most women tell you it's good to show your emotions, and they really believe that shit. Like, it's good to show your emotions, and a lot of times it is 100% not good. Not because it's embarrassing, it's because it'll make you do some dumb shit.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
It always misconstrued when we talk about the emotion thing. A lot of women, they misconstrue, like, yes, both of us have emotion, but how we display our emotions are different. That's the main thing. Men, it's like when we say emotion as us as men is what the lady that's on the left talking about. Being passionate about something. Something that a football game, winning the championship, you got through a hard part in your life and you proud of yourself because you said, I'm not a victim, I'm gonna get above it and I'm out in a better situation. That type of shit. Yeah, we do get emotional on that type of front, but when we're talking about emotional with women, we're talking about they get incapacitated, they can't do shit. Oh my God, I can't do nothing. What? Oh my God, my feelings. Or it's like, when they be at work and they hate that bitch from down the hall that always give her orders, but she's not management and she got to tell you about it. And now she pissed, but she don't never do nothing to get out the situation. She just come home and complain about that bitch every damn day. You know what I'm saying? And they, if you have a conversation, they want an emotional intelligent type of guy. Most of them can't handle emotional intelligent type of guy because if I actually come to you and I tell you how I feel, if it's not about you, everything's okay. But if it is about you, about some bullshit that you're doing, and I'm not even coming at you wrong, I'm just telling you about yourself, they can't handle that either. So now they get emotional and you're talking about this one thing that they doing. They go in the deep end. So I'm just a bad girlfriend. I'm just a bad wife. No, I'm just talking about this thing right here. Stay right here. Don't go on Universe 6 or 7. Right here.
Stay with me.
Stay right here. No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and this, that, and the third. Now she taking it out on you. That's what we're talking about. Emotional. It's the action after you get into an emotional state is what the things that we're talking about. Are there overly emotional guys that do go on a rampage and do some dumb shit and which get them to go to jail? Yes, but we're saying on the most part, shit, us as men, yeah, we have our emotions, but we're just talking about two different sides of the coin when it comes to emotion between men and women.
Yeah,
but they just always want men to be bitches though. Men emotion, y'all need to get it out. Okay, we get it out. I just feel like I was just more masculine than him.
Yeah, but they always want emotional intelligence, but they don't want to come to the cleaners.
That's true.
But emotional intelligence, that means you got to agree with me. That's their emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, I need you to see what I'm talking about, and you got to agree with me, or some kind of way. You just don't go against what I'm saying. That's their emotional intelligence.
No, emotional intelligence for women. Emotional intelligence for women, in general, how they like. I understand the definition, but when I hear them about emotional intelligence, saying they are. Them being able to tell you how they feel is emotional intelligence to them, but at the same time, they be in such an emotional state, they don't understand how they come off. right?
Yeah, if you disagree with it, then you're not emotionally intelligent because you couldn't handle it.
They don't understand that when they're actually saying how they feel, they think they are rightfully so to say whatever they want just because they feel it. So if they say some disrespectful shit to you because they're frustrated, they feel as though they are emotionally intelligent. Emotional intelligence is being able to communicate effectively while controlling your emotions and at the same time understanding what you're saying to whoever you convey it to, how it affects them emotionally. That's what it is. That means if I'm frustrated with something that you're doing, I understand how to control my emotions and at the same time tell you about yourself, but not in a bad way to make you feel bad. Or I don't have to be condescending. I don't have to do innuendos. I don't have to shame you. I don't have to bring up your past for you to get right.
Hey,
I don't have to do none of that.
Well, emotional intelligence a lot of times say, "Hey, you said some fucked up shit. I'm going to walk away." But then they don't see that as emotional intelligence. They just saying you run away from the situation. They're in their mind, which is wrong. Emotional intelligence. And then if you got it, if it works, is I said some shit to you how I felt, and you deciphered it and said and made it to a way to where we're going to resolve it to where I'm going to feel better about it. That's their emotional intelligence. It's not that, hey, you said some foul shit to me, and I'm not going to lose my shit over some shit you got to say. I'm leaving. That is really emotional intelligence because I'm not going to lose my shit over some shit you said, even though you said some foul shit. But they don't look at that like that. They don't look at that. That's how what it is.
Yeah, but even when you
have testosterone they don't have testosterone that you got to control.
No,
they ain't got that. Let me go over here and cool down real quick because I'm getting pissed the fuck off, and then I'm gonna come back, and then I'll be able to address the situation accordingly.
But to them, that's not emotional intelligence.
I know. That's why we need to bring the old school emotional intelligence back. Where that backhand used to preheat some foreheads.
He done brought the laundry background in.
No, seriously though. So you get these people that cry for emotional intelligence in men and all this other stuff. Then they finally get emotional intelligence in men to their standard. Now they're talking about there's too many simps and crybabies outside. Which one do you want? Go ahead, come back and get blessed by this pimp hand. Shut the fuck up when I tell you shut the fuck up. Let me gather my thoughts before I respond instead of you just trying to deep dive into every utmost thought that comes across my mind. And then we can talk and regroup later. Yeah, sometimes I do need to leave the house and go take that drive.
Yeah.
It's safer if I take that drive than if I put your head between one of these washers and dryers over here. So chill out. You know what I mean? Like everything just that's the problem now where we always, for lack of better blaming on anything else, we kind of blame single moms for the way society has gone. Because you can raise your daughters right, possibly, but when they come to them sons, you just teaching them how to be bitch made.
Dude, so
you raising the bitch that you want to grow up to date. That's really just all it is.
This is the way they look at it though. They look at it like that what they're doing is not causing harm, so it's good. I'm gonna tell you like my personal shit. The way I know sometimes that shit it doesn't work. With my dog, right? I always think like I ain't gonna beat the shit out of him. He does something wrong. I'm just gonna do whatever. He end up fucking biting somebody, right? And I know what it was is because I didn't have that dominance over him. I was kind of like let a lot of shit slide, and what it was, he ended up doing some shit that could have fucked me over real big time, but it didn't. Thank God. But now I address the situation way different. I don't give a fuck. Like he knows that I'm the one that's dominating this situation in this fucking house. I don't give a fuck how it looks. I don't give a shit, right? Because he ain't gonna do no shit like that again. So a lot of times, I mean, like I said, these women, it may feel good that you want to be their friend and shit. And all. Now you're gonna raise someone that's gonna fuck some shit up, and later on in life, and then now you want to get him to the daddy. Now you're like, now you need to take care of him. I already fucked him up, so go ahead. Yeah, it shit don't work that way, man.
I know y'all done seen the videos. These little boys beating the shit out their moms these days.
Shit.
Yeah, you see that one that went to jail?
Huh?
That one that he broke the car windshield or whatever. He ended up going to jail.
Oh yeah, he got his ass whooped.
He beat his ass. He was crying that he want to come home.
Yeah,
got that act right.
Yeah, you thought you was the hardest thing in the trap.
Hey, you know, in the near future, a lot of these kids that's been raised gentle parent style, we're gonna see the effects of it.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna be saying, "What's going on with these kids?"
We already seeing the effects of it with all these ICE protests.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me play some more. Let me play some more of this. Let me play the last one. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just threw a role out there that men cannot fill.
I think I'm the most masculine one here. I'm not trying to be a man. I'm just more questioning like what is being a woman? Like what is that gonna look like for me? And it's not that I think that I'm better than men. It's just like even just saying like men are more logical. It's like I think men have been taught that their emotions are logic. Then it's not that they're more logical. They're not better decision makers. They're not the ones running our households. It's women that are running the households, you know?
I would
that's why households
You
are
see, you see households that are led by women and versus single households that are led by men. Men do a better job raising children by themselves.
You don't get to
Single households led by women are creating YNs that are in the Black community. Women do that, okay? Men provide structure. They provide discipline. And that's within the woman too.
So men sound like great mothers.
Is anyone on this side passionate about
Oh,
this particular
dumbass
topic? Would
up.
like to speak on it?
I did. I wanted to say something with respect to the lesbian because I can't identify. But I think the flaw with feminism is the expectation that we are supposed to be the same at all. I think we understand and we appreciate we are not better or worse. We are not equal. We are equal value, but we're very different. And I think there's a natural biology that often gets overlooked. Especially if you've raised boys, you will see from the womb, they are just different. And I think when we try to put them together and say, anything you can do, I can do better, we're setting ourselves up for failure. And you made a comment earlier about women are better in every way than men. And the question that I would have is, I'm sorry, you said something
I didn't
about.
say anything close to that. I agree with you that I think the sexist, I honestly, the men versus women sex thing, I think it's silly. I think these traits, human traits are human traits. Some were nurtured more in this person, some were nurtured. Like my dad being a stay-at-home dad, he was much better mother than my mother was. I am so sorry, Mom, if you see this. But he just was. He was a better mom than she was. And sometimes that's the case. Forget the gender role stuff and like these are all human traits. You either are a gentle, nurturing, organized person who wants to take care of a kid or you're not. And that doesn't go man, woman, that goes person.
And I will say, not every woman is a mother. Not every woman should be a mother.
And not everyone, right.
But I would just say this, find me the society of women that are doing it by themselves.
I would love to see it.
Exactly, it doesn't exist.
Why though?
Because
She just asked.
we are not able to sustain it. We live in a safe, civil society because the men have made an agreement amongst themselves to not blow it all up.
She could.
See, they need to show more Black women like that in social media than they do. Because it's more like a ton of.
Fuck that. Did this lady really just get on this pod and call her dad a bitch?
She did.
My dad was a better mom than my mom.
The thing, it wasn't the mom. The dad was a better mom. He was just a good dad. And I hate when women try to conflate shit. They be trying to conflate shit just because that's that inherent try to feminize men type shit, bro. He was just a good dad.
But
Why is it so hard? What is so hard about saying, yo, I had a real good dad and I had a shitty mom?
Hey, I agree with you, man. But just based on how she looks and whatever, I'm gonna say her dad was probably really feminine, and that's why she's saying that he was better. I'm gonna say he.
We don't know.
I'm gonna say who it was, because if he was a dude of structure, I don't think she would turn out that way. I think he was someone who went with the flow and said, "Hey, you know what, you blah, you do all this," and just real feminine. I know a lot of dudes like that, bro, and it's like they're just hella feminine, like.
No,
and
I think
how it goes.
I think she I think she had a great dad, and it's one of those things where I think sometimes when kids you gotta nip it in the bud or something like that, or they just gonna be that black sheep. they get to a point in a rebellious stage, and they can either go left or right with it. It could be a fad, or they just keep going. And I think with her, just keep going by that pink hair, because she admitted her dad was a good dad and all that type of stuff. But I done heard plenty of women that went the other way, and they just had the different types of influence. Where the mom was hugely influenced, even though she was a shitty mom, she always looked for the what's the word for it? Acceptance from the mom, but the mom played a good factor too. And she probably got that side from the mom. The dad did what he was supposed to do, but the mom she had a shitty mom. So just like how masculine we can say that she was and all that type of stuff, but even though she had the hair and everything, if you was a flip in the reverse and you see guys, yeah, they had a real good mom. The mom was doing her job, but the dad wasn't really there or wasn't doing their job. You see the dude acting a little bit feminine. But like I said before, if that man was around, he played football and had mentors and everything, life would treat him how to be the man that he needs to be. He just didn't have that around. Just like with her, she probably didn't have a good representative of a mom.
I'm about to disagree. I'm going to say that dad was feminine.
You think you'll have a good representative of a mom? I got to disagree with that.
With her? She said she had a shitty mom.
I think what it was, I'm gonna be honest with you, because I think the dad was the enabler and the mom was the one on the opposite side. I think the mom was the one that was a conservative, and the dad was the one that was enabling her.
That might be a good take. Yep. I just thought about it. She might say he was a good dad and she said good mom, and say I had a shitty mom. The mom probably didn't like how shit was going.
Because she probably went to college, you already know how that works in indoctrination camps. So therefore they got this one way of thinking. She been raised a certain way the entire time until she went to college. Next thing you know, she experienced a little bit of life, and some professor who telling her all this other bullshit, and then she believed in it, and then she just stuck with it. And she argued, and she went against the grain, and her dad supported it, her mom didn't. And here we are today. Now she arguing in heaven, because it's always the ones who feel as if they have a quote unquote identity crisis, who fight for it the hardest. Think about mixed people, the ones who are black and white, and they don't know which side of the aisle to lean on.
You talking about the Whack Panthers?
They lean so hard. It's like, oh, I'm black. No, you're mixed. I'm sorry. And that's not to take away from anybody. My daughter's a mix, right? So therefore, I make sure I say, listen, you're definitely going to be able to align with both sides, because that's what you are. You're not one-sided. You're half and half. I don't care how you feel about it. That's what you are. It is what it is. And so that's the problem, and that's the problem with a lot of these people, because they got this identity crisis that they have, and all of a sudden they want to try to prove to everybody, oh, I'm this way, I'm this. Nah, fam, living who you are. And this is the only time I would actually use this. This is the only time that you would catch me using this. Living your truth. Living the truth. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna even use it. Live in the truth. The truth is you're mixed, or you were raised this way. This ain't how you are. Be who you are. Don't lean one way because one person. I get it. The whole, go where you're accepted. Not when you tolerate the bullshit. But at the end of the day, you're both. So I mean, at the end of the day, embrace it. Embrace who you are. Embrace what you are.
It hit a little different when they say, "Yeah, I'm white," and you're like, "What?" Nah, yeah.
Nah, it don't hit different because again, one of my closest friends outside of Mac is my guy Ryan. He's mixed. His friend, mom is white.
No, I'm saying like it would just be weird if my nephew was like, "Yeah, I'm white." I was like, "What? No, you're not." But even though I got nothing against. I got nothing against like his on my brother's wife's family is my family, like 100% my family. So, but like that'd just be weird to hear some shit like that.
No, I wouldn't, and that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be weird, but I would say no. I'm like, no, you're half and half. You're not one side. You're both.
I mean, they are. It's how you look at it. Yeah. No, I mean, but it's technically it.
Honestly, I'll look at it weird too if you tell me that you black and you mix. I'm like, no, you're not, nigga. I'm black. You mixed. It's a two different things.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When you go on,
my parents, my mom and dad are black, African American. Nigga, you got a white mom and a black dad, or you got a black dad and you got a black mom and a white dad. That ain't the same.
It's only if they trying to go on black issues. Only if they trying to say something on black, like legit black issues, is when I'm like, man, you ain't 100% black, bro. Come on.
Exactly. I don't like that because again, now you're trying to overcompensate. That's what I don't like. You're trying to overcompensate. Like be comfortable in who you are, dog. Like, yeah, you're mixed. It's cool. There gonna be some people, and like even our own black culture. Nigga, we talk about light-skinned people, we talk about dark-skinned people, even people who are all the way black. They talk about their own skin color. They talk about light skin, they talk about dark skin, they talk, nigga, we call each other caramel sometimes, like, nigga, you caramel skinned, nigga, you red bone, nigga, you dark as night over here, nigga, you black, nigga, when you know what I'm saying, you so dark the oil light come on type shit. Like, nigga, we talk about each other. So it's
darkness, look, darkness is spreading.
You feel me? You feel me? So ain't no reason. So I get it, you know what I'm saying? And I get it, it's proximity to if you grew up in an environment where it's predominantly black, I get it. You're gonna resonate a little bit more because that's what you're used to. That's just like a white person who grew up in the area where it's predominantly black. Guess what? You're gonna get that white person who talks black, they act black, they dress black, they do everything black. All they do is music. Or you take the black person who's grew up in a predominantly white area, and guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna take that same sentiment of what a lot of white people do. So it could be proximity to. So, but at the end of the day, you are what you are.
Yo, I got to say this. Hold on, real quick. Yeah, hey, well, you remember when Mimi was saying like that a lot of people like say she sounded like she grew up around a lot of black people, and I'm like, and I was fucking around like, no shit, like, and she's like, no, they really do. I was like, how do you? You sound just like you black. What are you talking about? If there was something I wouldn't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even know how she thought like that was like she said she can't hear it though.
Oh, we knew that. Any black person would know that Mimi grew up around black people. Shout out to Mimi. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I lived in Atlanta too. So and Mac lived in Mac lived in Atlanta too. So we know the difference.
That boy in Craftland.
That macaroni living Mac.
He said Mac living macaroni.
Kraft macaroni.
That boy on Velveeta Ave.
Stupid.
I got the blues.
Oh shit, that's true. I forgot about that fucking jingle.
I get what you was driving at. But I mean, I don't know. Either she was a tomboy or she was daddy's girl and he just let her have her way and mom wasn't going.
Yeah.
But it's just wild how in this day and age they just disrespect all classifications of existence. Like you straight up said that man was more woman than the woman in the house. Pretty much. That's just like that's the brass tacks of it all. And it's like, no, he was a man. Just because he let you have your way, don't make him any less of a man.
Right.
That's still your dad. Like, don't be like, oh, he was more of a mom than my mom. Like
yeah, don't do that.
Just because you fell down and he ran to you and put the band-aid on your knee instead of her, don't make him fucking feminine. You just daddy's girl.
I thought he was feminine, man. He probably take it as a compliment.
I don't know. I ain't going.
I'm just saying, bro. I think it's more in like I mean, there's a lot of black people who do it too, but you will see it a lot like in like the white community where a dude you like, man, I'm pretty sure he is, and he's got a girl, a wife, and they got kids, and you're like, man, I don't know, bro. Like, I think he might be.
I don't even judge people across the aisle because I know that they just more comfortable with shit that we would never go for. But there is that one. It's this one dude. He got a podcast. He got the dreadlocks and stuff. I just seen a clip from one of his recent streams that had me laughing, especially being at his Black History Month. You know, he was going at the people across the aisle and saying, you know, we'd be real good and we wouldn't need condoms and all that if it wasn't for them, because they was the one trying to stick and move with anything that that had breath in a hole.
Shit.
Which was funny because it drug another dude down the rabbit hole because he was trying to vouch, talking about how they said, oh, the closest thing to animal flesh is pig. But he didn't preface it by saying that that's what they said. So it looked like, you know, he damn near went and tested it out. So they made him walk it back. I was rolling. I was rolling.
Hey, so what about Destiny? What about Destiny? You think he's like he was with that one chick that was on a podcast with you, right?
Blue hair Destiny.
Yeah, it does all the fucking the debates. He was with some girl that was a debater or a porn star, some shit like that. So like him, I would say he'd probably be like a feminine father. So like,
yeah,
he wouldn't like. I would see her dad like him. That one chick.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I can see that. Yeah, I don't really pay attention to them too much. It's a lot of, because it's just like sports locker room culture. It's a lot of weird stuff that they do. All that spanking folk on the ass and all that. Like, hey, bro, if you ain't indoctrinate these people into your team the right way, you might get laid out doing some dumb shit. You do it to the wrong team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why when I walk past, you trying to hit me talking about good game? No, the game was on the court out there. Why are you touching me over here? We supposed to be dressing down to go home. Like, y'all.
I ain't even lie. When we play football and you got some cat that rolled in, you knew he was a little bit of thug. He do that shit, motherfucker get pissed off. I'm like, yeah. I'm ready to roll. And it's like, all right, but that was just fucking around, man. It wasn't nothing crazy.
Nah, it is. It's just, you know, it's just like on Room 9, right? Everybody be getting on Quentin, but he grew up with people on the other side of the aisle, so
yep,
you know, it's things that he's more comfortable with just because that's what he was indoctrinated to. That we aren't. Then, you know, now that, you know, the year started how it started, everybody in shambles and everybody trying to call him moist and all that. And, you know, I ain't gonna go that far, but, you know, it's jokes that them people crack that when we hear them, we sit back like, my boy, don't ever say that again. Not when I'm like, you gotta chill out with that shit.
Like, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Like, god damn. But nah. But any final thoughts on this topic, man?
Women, y'all can keep choosing to bear all you want to, but at the end of the day, when the sun goes down and you asking who protects y'all, we protecting y'all from that fuck ass bear too. Just because you don't see it, just because we in the top of the tree with the sniper rifle and you ain't see when he dropped, don't mean that we ain't protect your dumb ass. That's all I gotta say.
That's facts.
All I gotta say is we need more black women that are like on that panel to get out and start talking.
Oh,
they starting to come out.
And banter and barter merch possibly coming soon.
Ooh.
Ike and Tina's attitude cleaners will be available.
I didn't even know that shit, bro. Ike and Tina's attitude cleaners. Dog, that shit funny, bro.
That shit crazy as hell, boy. This is the
Coming soon to some merch near you. That's all I got.
Oh, yeah, bro. Well, my good people, I appreciate y'all for kicking it with us. Thank y'all for tapping in with us. Make sure you are here tomorrow. I will be live again, 7:05 p.m. MST time. Come kick it with your boy. Make sure y'all run up the super chat too, because y'all been slacking lately. Y'all been slacking. Y'all been straight up slacking. I don't like that shit. You feel me? So, but until next time, my good people, I'll holler at y'all later.